Hua. Let me blow my my face shofar, my nose that is. I'll be right back. Okay, didn't want to mess you guys up there. All right. So as we're waiting for our mishpachah, I hope all of you had a wonderful night. It is truly a lovely yom. Let me update my calendar up here in the office. My Shabbat beads are green on this one. So that's how yours should look. The second Shabbat of the second month. Hallelujah. And those of you who are waiting on your beads, there are some that just went out the other day. And I believe it was the Pagan Day Friday. So you should be getting it this upcoming week. And we have another one going out this tomorrow, or maybe the second day of the week. But yes, it will be going out this week. All right. Oh, I hope your presser does much better. I hope he's doing fine. Okay, Mishpachah. Let me blow the shofar, and let's bring this assembly unto Yahuwah. Heavenly Abba, we come before you in the mighty name of Yahusha. We thank you, O Yah, for all that you do for us. We thank you, O Abba, for being you. For you being the Almighty Al Shaddai. Abba, we give you all the praise, honor, and esteem, for you are truly deserving of all the praise. Abba, we thank you for this Shabbat, this day of rest, a day that we can come together as your people, O Yah. We thank you, O Abba, for not dealing with us according to our ways, not dealing with us according to our transgressions. We thank you for your long suffering. We thank you for your patience with us as we continue to learn and as we continue to learn how to obey you, O Yah. Abba, we palal for all of our brothers and sisters, our Akis and our Kodis, all around the Arats on this earth, that wherever they may be, O Abba, that you would touch them by your Ruach HaKadosh. Abba, we ask that you would lead us and guide us by your Ruach. Abba, we ask that you would show us a new revelation of yourself this Yom, on this Shabbat, as the Mishpachah study together your word, O Yah, according to your ways, according to your thoughts, O Abba. May you reveal those things, O Yah, that you have held hidden for many centuries. May it become into our forethought so that we may learn more of you, O Abba. We are so amazed by your thoughts. We are so amazed by your intelligence, O Abba. Your ways supersedes us in all kinds of ways, O Yah, that we don't understand truly your essence. And yet, we believe in you, because we know that you are the one, the I am that I am, Hayah Ashar Hayah. Abba, we give you all the praise, honor, and esteem in the mighty name of your Son, Yahusha HaMashiach. And we say hallelujah, Hua, hallelujah, Hua, and hallelujah, Hua. All praises be to the Most High. So be it. To come together, I want to once again apologize for being late. I had a personal matter I had to take care of, and I just got back home about 10 minutes ago. And so I wanted to kind of let a few people know, but I know with all of us not being totally connected in one group, and maybe that's what I need to start doing, is to be able to make the announcements via email to everyone in a group message email. when I do come on late or I'm delayed, because I know your time is precious and I don't want to take advantage of that. And I want to thank you all once again for, and I know you guys accept my apology, so that's why I'm thanking you. Tuda, Mishpaka. And so I was told also, just giving out one of the announcements here, I will do my best, and I ask all of you to remind me if I am going too fast when I'm going from chapter and verse from one place in the scriptures to another place in the scriptures, okay? I've had actually one of our Akis, but he wasn't the only one. I've had someone else share that to me before, that sometimes I am moving just a little too fast. Oh, that's great, Aki Al. I appreciate that. Oh, I can post it on YouTube? Okay, I'm going to have to learn how to do that, Enrico. Thank you there, Ak. Right. Is it? Yeah, Ak. Thank you. My speaker is breaking up a little. Let me make sure I have my Wi-Fi on. I do have my Wi-Fi on. Do I sound okay? Maybe it's the music. Let me turn that down. Okay, you're okay? Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started. We are going to be reading out of Torah, as we always should on a Shabbat, where we read the writings that was given to Masha. Now, I told you all that I was going to share a little bit about the scripture codes today, and that we are going to do after we get into some of this bread that we need, the lakam. Okay, so let's go to Dabarim. Chapter 4. This is Deuteronomy chapter 4. Let me bring it down. And it reads, verse 1. And now, O Yasharal, listen to the laws and the right rulings which I am teaching you to do, so that you live and shall go in and possess the land which Yahuwah, Alua, Elohim, our Abba, of your fathers, is giving you. Do not add to the word which I command you, and do not take away from it, so as to guard, or that is to keep the commands of Yahuwah, your Elohim, your Alua, which I am commanding you. Your eyes have seen what Yahuwah did at Baal Peor. For Yahuwah, your mighty one, has destroyed from your midst all the men who followed Baal Peor. But you who are clinging to Yahuwah, your Elohim, your Alua, are alive today. Every one of you. See, I have taught you laws and right rulings, as Yahuwah, my Alua, my Elohim, commanded me to do thus in the land which you go to possess. And you shall guard and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding before the eyes of the peoples, who hear all these laws, and they shall say, only a wise and understanding people is this great nation. Hallelujah. Let me read that part again, speaking of us. It says here, only a wise and understanding people is this great nation. Why is that? Because we are guarding to do his commandments. We are guarding to do his word, to do them. For what great nation is there which has an Elohim or an Alua so near to it as Yahuwah our Elohim is to us whenever we call on him? And what great nation is there that has such laws and right rulings or righteous rulings like all this Torah, the law which I set before you this day? Only guard yourself and guard your life diligently, lest you forget the words your eyes have seen, and lest they turn aside from your heart all the days of your life. And you shall make them known to your children and your grandchildren. The day when you stood before Yahuwah, your mighty one, in Horeb, Yahuwah said to me, assemble the people to me, and I make them hear my words, so that they learn to fear me all the days they live on the Arats, and teach them to their children. And you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the heart of the heavens, darkness, cloud, and thick darkness. And Yahuwah spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard a voice of words, but you saw no form. You only heard a voice. Notice that. Let's read that part again. You heard a voice. Let me prop this up. You heard a voice of words, but saw no form. No form. You only heard a voice. And he made known to you his agreement, which he commanded you to do, the 10 words, that is the 10 commandments. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. And Yahuwah commanded me at that time to teach you laws and right rulings, for you to do them in the land which you pass over to possess. Again, we see this symbolically in our time. Before we enter into the promised land, before we enter into the reign of the Shamayim, of our Elohim, we must keep the 10 words that he wrote on 2 tablets of stone. And we know that these 2 tablets of stone is not that there were 5 on one tablet and 5 on another. No, these were copies of one another, one for him and one for the people. The stones were the stones of agreement. They are 2 pieces of a contract. And they were put into the ark of the agreement. And so this is what we are to do, to learn these things before we go into the land that we're going to pass over to possess. Therefore, diligently guard yourselves, for you saw no form when Yahuwah spoke to you at Horeb, out of the midst of the fire, lest you should do corruptly, and shall make for yourselves a carved image, cross, and a person hanging on it, and in the form of any figure, like the cross, and a person hanging on it, the likeness of a male or a female, again like the cross, and a person hanging on it, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, or the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the Shamayim, the likeness of any creature that creeps on the ground, or the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth, unless you lift up your eyes to the Shamayim, and shall see the sun, and the moon, and the stars, and all the host of the Shamayim, and you be drawn away into bowing down to them, and serving them, which Yahuwah your Elohim, your mighty one, has allotted to all the peoples, yours may say the nations, under all the Shamayim. I want to read verse 19 again, because there's a thing here that some of you might not have caught, but I want to show it to you. Unless you lift up your eyes to the Shamayim, to the heavens, and shall see the sun and the moon and the stars, all the host of the Shamayim, and you be drawn away to bowing down to them. So those of you who know about the calendar, the difference between those of us who follow the sun, the solar calendar, and those who follow the lunar solar calendar, even though they call it a lunar solar calendar, it's actually a lunar calendar. They make observations by looking at the moon. We make observations by looking at the casting of the light onto an image, like a stick or a sundial. So we see the casting of the shadow. So we're not looking up. We're not lifting up our eyes to the heavens to see the sun, unlike those who are looking up at the moon to make observations of the moon, and some that are also making observations of the stars. Here it talks about all the host of the heavens. This here, who are the host of the heavens? Anyone? Does anyone know who the host of the heavens are? It's not the sun, moon, and the stars. I'll tell you that right now. This is talking about the fallen ones, the watchers. The watchers. Yes, the Malachim grind, exactly. And so we see here that all the host of the heavens is the Malachim, the fallen Malachim, the fallen angels. And you be drawn away into bowing to them. You're worshiping these fallen ones and serving them, which Yahuwah your Elohim has allotted or has given to all the nations under all the heavens. He gave it to them to follow them, but not us. We're to follow Yahuwah, and him alone do we follow. Him alone do we worship. But Yahuwah has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, to be his people, an inheritance as it is, I would say, to this very day. And Yahuwah was enraged with me because of your words, and swore that I would not pass over the Jordan, the Yarden, and that I would not enter into the pleasant land, which Yahuwah, your mighty one, is giving to you as an inheritance. For I am to die in this land. I am not passing over the Jordan, but you are passing over, and shall possess that great land. Guard yourselves, or keep yourselves, lest you forget the agreement of Yahuwah, your Aluah, your Elohim, which he made with you, and shall make for yourselves a carved image of any form, as Yahuwah your Elohim has commanded you. We are not to make any form. For Yahuwah your Elohim, your Aluah, is a consuming fire, a jealous mighty one. When you bring forth children and grandchildren, and shall grow old in the land, and shall do corruptly, and make a carved image in the form of whatever, and shall do what is evil in the eyes of Yahuwah, your Aluah, your Elohim, to provoke him, I shall call the heavens and the earth to witness against you on that day, that you soon completely perish from the land which you pass over the Jordan to possess. You do not prolong your days in it, but are completely destroyed. So here it is, a prophecy that was given, because here Masha is saying, and shall do corruptly. You will do corruption, and you will make for yourself a carved image in the form of whatever that's going to be. And when you do that, you're going to provoke Elohim to anger. And he's going to destroy those of us who do that. And so we see that this was a prophecy that has already taken place. And we see in verse 27, and he says, and Yahuwah shall scatter you amongst the peoples, amongst the nations, the heathens, the Gentiles, and you shall be left few in number among the nations where Yahuwah drives you. Again, this is because of disobedience. And there you shall serve mighty ones, the work of men's hands. So they're going to be bowing down to idols and images and statues, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear nor eat nor smell. But from there you shall seek Yahuwah, your mighty one, and shall find. And when you search for him with all your heart, again, he says, but from there, from where? From the nations, from the peoples, in our second Exodus. Notice that they're already out. They're in the wilderness right now. Okay? They are in the wilderness as this is being spoken. And he says that he is going to scatter them because of their disobedience. Remember what we read in Ezekiel chapter 20, that he would send us out into the wilderness of the peoples, of the nations. That is the second Exodus. We are living in it, as I have shared before. We are in the second Exodus. There is no second Exodus to come. We have been in it. Our ancestors have been in it. It's been going on since 70 AD. We have been scattered to the four corners of the earth. And so he says, from there, from your wilderness, from your captivity, you shall seek Yahuwah, your mighty one, and shall find. He's telling us this is a prophecy, as it is this day. We're going to find him. And when we search for him with all of our heart, as we're doing this day, and with all of your being, as we are doing this day, in your distress, in your trouble, in your tribulation, when all the words shall come upon you in the latter days, that is in the end times, that is in the last days, some of your translations will say, then you shall return to Yahuwah, your mighty one, and shall obey his voice. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. What were we talking about Christianity yesterday? How Christianity did not fulfill this. We weren't seeking him when we were in Christianity with all of our heart and with all of our soul. We took on what these other nations have given us. And there you shall serve mighty ones, the work of men's hands, the wooden cross with an image hanging on it. Wood and stone, some of you who might have been Muslims walking around that black stone in Mecca. Or maybe you was bowing down to a statue named Buddha. Or maybe to Krishna with the 6 arms. Or whatever it is that wasn't Yahuwah. These were the things that we went and started serving these other mighty ones, which can neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. They have no senses. They're not alive. We know this. But from there, we're going to find him. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall be open, because the knocking is when you search for him with all of your heart. When you search for him with all of your heart, your mind, your body, your strength, your being, your everything, he says he shall be found. And notice how it says this is going to happen in the latter days. Remember, I was showing you all this, and I'm going to show it to you guys again. Out of the Apocrypha, out of the book of Yobalim, also known as Jubilees, chapter 23, verse 26. Remember what it says here. I have it with the red asterisk on it. Let me see if I can get that to, there we go. And in those days, again, this is Jubilees, chapter 23, verse 26. And in those days, what days is that? In the latter days, in the last days, the children will begin to study the laws and to seek the commandments and to return to the path of righteousness. Hallelujah. This is what we're reading. Exactly told to us in the Torah, right here in chapter 4, verse 30. In your distress, that is in your captivity, in the wilderness, the second Exodus, when all these words shall come upon you in the last days, in the latter days, then you shall return, just like we read in Jubilees, chapter 23, verse 26. And it says, and we will return to the path of righteousness. See, we're going to return to Yahuwah, your Elohim. Your Elohim. He is the one who is opening up our eyes so that we shall obey his voice. This is why we are now clinging back on to the commandments. We're clinging back on to the Torah. Just like it was prophesied in the book of Jubilees, just like it was prophesied here in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 30. And so we read, for Yahuwah, your mighty one, is a compassionate mighty. He does not forsake you, nor destroy you, nor forget the agreement, the contract of your fathers, which he swore to them. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that Elohim created Adam, on the Arats, and ask from one end of the Shamayim to the other end of the Shamayim whether there has been a word, dabar, as great as this, or has been heard like it. Has a people heard the voice of the mighty one speaking out of the midst of the fire, as you have heard and live? Or has the mighty one tried to go and take for himself a people from the midst of the heathens by trials and by signs and by wonders and by battle and by a strong hand and with an outstretched arm and by great fearsome deeds, according to all that Yahuwah your mighty one did for you in Mitzrayim, in Egypt, before your eyes? You have been shown it, to know that Yahuwah himself is the mighty one. There is no one beside him. You notice that. There is no one beside him. Just like we read in the book of Isaiah, Yashayahu. From the heavens, he let you hear his voice to instruct you. And on earth, the Arats, he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out from the midst of the fire. Can you imagine what kind of a view that must have been? They're standing at the base of the mountain, at the foot of the mountain, and they're looking up at this cloud that has descended on top of the peak of the mountain. And there's this engulfing fire that is engulfing itself. And you're hearing this voice audibly that must have shook for miles. Because you got to remember, there was like 6 million people that was out there. And they all heard the voice. They all heard the voice. How amazing that must have been to witness. And we're going to witness something just like that, but even grander, on the day when he cracks that sky. Verse 37, and because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought you out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, with his presence, with his great power, to drive out from before you the heathens, the pagans, the Gentiles, the nations greater and stronger than you, to bring you in, to give you their land as an inheritance, as it is today. And you shall know today, and shall recall to your heart, that Yahuwah himself, by himself, is the mighty one in the Shamayim, above and on the Arats beneath. There is none else. There is none else. Why do I emphasize that in both of these purple parts that I have highlighted? Because again, there is none else. Remember when the Mashiach says that you have never seen his form, nor ever heard his voice? And yet here we're told that they heard his voice coming out of the midst of the fire. Let me show you that again. Yohanan. Chapter 5, verse 37. Let me get my marker here so I can get back there to Deuteronomy chapter 4. What does it say there? And the Father who sent me, right there, people are like, oh, see, that's two persons. There's a Father and a Son. He bore witness of me. You have neither heard his voice at any time, nor seen his form. He says again, at the very beginning of this Besorah, known as Yohanan, no one, just in case you're thinking that he was only talking to his disciples, here he is saying, no one has ever seen Elohim. No one ever has seen Elohim. The only brought forth Son, who was in the bosom, who is from the inner parts of the Father, he is the one who is declaring this. So again, I ask all of you, and you guys already know this answer. From the heavens, he let you hear his voice. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 36. So then, whose voice did the children of Yasharal hear if it wasn't Elohim? Whose voice did they hear? If it wasn't Yahuwah, Abba Yahuwah, whose voice was it? It was Yahusha's, exactly, Enrico. He is the Word. He is the Word of Elohim. It's so beautiful. He is that visible manifestation of the invisible Elohim. And so let's continue. And you shall guard his laws and his commandments, which I command you today, so that it is well with you and your children after you, and so that you prolong your days on the soil which Yahuwah, your mighty one, your Alua, Elohim, is giving you for all time, that is, for all eternity. Then Masha, aka Moses, separated 3 cities beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun. Again, many of you probably heard where people are saying your map is upside down. The sun actually rises in the west. No, it doesn't. It rises in the east. Do not listen to all this foolishness that you hear just because someone posted it. Doesn't mean it's true. Go back and look at it. Go back and affirm it through the word. For a manslayer, that is one who unalives someone, to flee there, he who unknowingly unalived his neighbor, without having hated him in time past, might flee to one of these cities and live. Betzer in the wilderness in the level land of the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Galaad of the Gadonites, and Golan in Bashan of the Manasseites. And this is the law, the Torah, which Masha set before the children of Yasharal. These are the witnesses of the laws and the right rulings which Masha spoke to the children of Yasharal after they came out of Mitzrayim, beyond the Jordan, in the valley opposite Bayet Peor, in the land of Shihon, sovereign of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Masha and the children of Yasharal had stricken after they came out of Mitzrayim. And they took possession of his land and the land of Og, the sovereign of Bashan, 2 sovereigns of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan, towards the rising of the sun. So that is on the eastern side of the Jordan River, not on the western side, which is also known today as the West Bank. Okay, that's where the word West Bank comes from. That's the western bank of the Jordan River, the river bank. From Eror, which is on the bank of the Wadi Arnon, even to Mount Sion, that is Mount Zion, which is Hermon, and all the desert plain beyond the Jordan, as far as the Sea of Arabia, below the slopes of Pisgah. And that is the 4th chapter of Deuteronomy. So, this is a beautiful, beautiful chapter. It's a chapter that should be read more often. It's a chapter that I would say and suggest to you to meditate on it, to go back and look into it, because it's giving us some pointers that we are to follow as believers, as Natzarim. And so we need to remember that if we seek him with all of our heart, with all of our mind, he shall be found, as it is happening this day. Now, I want to show you all something. Do you remember? Let me go back here. Where is it? Let's go to Matityahu. Remember what he says here, our Mashiach. In Matityahu, that is Matthew chapter 5. Matthew chapter 5. Verse 18. Now, we know about he didn't come here to destroy the law or the prophets. That is the Old Testament. Okay? Very, very key to understand. The Messiah, the word made flesh, the one who is the Torah in the flesh, said, "Do not think that I came to destroy the Torah or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For truly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one yod, that is yod, okay, the yod, the letter, the Y in Hebrew, or one tittle, shall by no means pass from the Torah till all be done." This in itself, family, is a code. He is telling us not one yod, not one letter, which is the smallest letter in the Hebrew language, which is yod, the letter Y, shall not be removed. It shall not be taken away. Why am I saying that this is a code? Okay, so for those of you, I was sharing a little bit about this. Where did I put? I know I put it here somewhere. Okay. I don't have the front cover of this anymore, but it's called The Signature of God. It's written by Grant Jeffries. Some of you, I'm sure, have heard of the author. He is a ex-gen author. I don't agree with everything that he talks about in this book, but it's the research. Just like with Lou White in The Fossilized Customs. I don't agree with everything that he writes in his book, but it's his research that I'm looking into. And so I want to show you all how we know without a shadow of a doubt that what we know from Genesis to Malachi, that is the law and the prophets and everything in between, whom Yahusha is manifested. It's his words. I'm going to show you some of the research this gentleman did that proves that if you take away one letter out of the Old Testament in its original form in Abrit, in Hebrew, there is an underlying code under the words that you read from Genesis to Malachi, the whole Old Testament. There is a deeper code, and I'm going to share with you what I'm speaking of here. So let's go to page 2, I think it's 202. Let's see here. Let me see if I remember correctly. Yes. So you see what it says there. The mysterious Hebrew codes, not Greek codes, not Latin codes, not English codes, no other code but in Hebrew. It only works in Hebrew. Okay? Some of you probably heard of this before. I want to share some of this to you. All right. And so let's see here. Let me read this. I hope you guys can see this because it is a little smaller. I know I'm going to have to move it around so you guys can see as I'm reading. All right. Let's see. Where can I start? During the war years, he, meaning Rabbi Wismandel, okay, during the war years, this is around World War One. That's how long that people have been looking into this. Even Sir Isaac Newton knew that there was a code in the Old Testament. But it says here, so during this time of the war years, he found that he could locate certain meaningful words or phrases such as hammer and anvil if he examined the letters at sequences that were equally spaced in the Hebrew text. In other words, if he found the first letter of a significant word such as Torah, and then by skipping forward 7 letters, he found the second letter of the word Torah. He continued to skip forward the same number of letters to see whether or not the complete word Torah would be spelled out in the text at equally spaced intervals. Rabbi Weismandel described this phenomenon as equidistant letter sequences, also known as ELS, equidistant letter sequences. The rabbi was astonished to find that an incredible number of significant words were hidden in code within the text of the Torah at equally spaced intervals. These spaced intervals between significant letters varied from every 5 letters, every 7 letters, and numerous other intervals. However, once they found a particular word spelled out at, say, every 22nd letter, the balance of the letters from the words in this group were also spaced at an interval of every 22nd letter. Now, what is amazing about this? As we continue, and I'm going to show you what they found in this research. For those of you who have never heard of this, again, some people call it the Bible code, some people call it the Hebrew codes. That's what I call it, the Hebrew codes, like this author is sharing it here. And this is why he calls it the signature of God. Is this as if the creator put his signature on his work, as he should, because it is his word. So he goes on and says, initially, Rabbi Weizmandl could not be certain of this. Let me bring it down just a little bit. Of this phenomenon, and was truly significant, or whether it was simply due to the great number of possible combinations of words and phrases that could occur by chance arrangement by skipping forward various intervals of letters in the Hebrew text. The proof that this phenomenon was evidence of a supernatural intelligence and design was confirmed almost 40 years later in Israel. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, I can. Do you guys see me zooming in? Does that work? Do you guys see that? Can you guys see me zooming in like that? Okay, beautiful. So what I'll do is I'm gonna bring it to a size to where I don't have to bring my phone down so far. Let me see if I can. Hold on one second, you guys. Bear with me here. Oh, I keep bringing it down too much. Okay, here we go. All right. So supernatural, say 40 years. Okay. The invention of the sophisticated computers, okay, is because of the age of the computers, as you'll see, and the statistical analysis was finally able to analyze the text of the Bible to prove that these codes could not have been produced by random chance. You see that? Although Rabbi Weizmandl found many coded names by simply manually counting the letters in the text, he did not record his discoveries in writing. Fortunately, some of his students did record several examples of his code discoveries. Over the following decades, students in Israel who had heard about his research began searching the Torah for themselves to ascertain whether or not such codes actually existed. Their discoveries ultimately resulted in the research studies at Hebrew University that have proven the validity of this research. The introduction of sophisticated high-speed computers allowed Jewish scholars at Hebrew University to explore the text of the Torah in ways that previous generations could only dream about. Family, the amazing thing about our Abba and how he is able to give us this understanding in this time. And do we not believe that we're living in the last days, that we have computers that are able to now give us this kind of information? This is why I took you to that passage in Matityahu chapter 5, where the Mashiach says, do not think that I came to destroy the law, the Torah, or the Nabaim, the prophets. He did not come to destroy it. Why? Because we needed it to find this code. He wanted to give us affirmation for our amunah, our faith, that what we believe in is true. Just like what we read in Deuteronomy chapter 4 today. That is not by accident that we read that today. That Yahuwah saying and how this is how what Masha said. Let me go back there before we continue to read. I want to show you some more out of this book. But remember, let me take you to Dabarim chapter 4 again. Dabarim chapter 4. What does it say here? Chapter 4, verse 7. For what great nation or great people is there which has a mighty one so near to it as Yahuwah, our mighty one, is to us whenever we call on him? And what great nation is there that has such laws and righteous right rulings like all this Torah, which I set before you this day? This is amazing. What great nation, what great people who are going to be able to see that the Torah is the book. You won't find it in the Quran. Sorry, Muslims. You won't find it in the Watchtower Bible. Sorry, Jehovah's Witness. You won't find it in the King James Version. Sorry, all you Presbyterians. You won't find it in the Catholic books and the Catholic Bible. Sorry, all you Catholics. You won't find it in any of the writings of Buddha. You won't find it in any of the Sanskrit writings for those of you who believe in Hare Krishna. Only the Torah and the prophets do we find a supernatural document that was inspired by the Ruach HaKodesh as Yahuwah moved upon the prophets and moved upon these people. And they wrote as they were told, as they were led by the Ruach HaKodesh. This is why we have what we have. This is why we can be sure in our heart that what we believe in is the truth. We're not bragging. We're not boasting. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, let me get a sip here. All right. So you guys understand what the equal distance lettering sequence is, okay? The ELS. So you're going to hear that a few times here. But let me take you to, this is how it kind of looks, okay? So the process of analyzing the Torah. Using the ancient Hebrew Textus Receptus, which is the received text, the Masoretic text of the Torah, it says, let me move this out the way so I have more space here so I can move this book. The scientists began by eliminating the spaces between the Hebrew letters, words, and sentences throughout the first 5 books of the Bible. And we know the first 5 books is known as the Torah, the instructions. The traditional Orthodox text was written in this manner without punctuation, marks, or spaces between letters, words, grammatical marks, or sentences. To demonstrate what this would look like, let us take a sentence in English and write it out as it would appear in an ancient Hebrew manuscript. So it would look like this. Okay? And what it says here, if you read it, you can see the Bible was written in Hebrew without punctuation marks. So it says to understand this sentence, we break it up with appropriate spaces. The Bible was written in Hebrew without punctuation marks. So this is the way it looks, but in the Hebrew. It's spaced out like a crossword puzzle. Okay? And so to show you what that would look like, let me just show you. It would look like this. Let me see. I think they have another one because that one's actually still broken up into chapters and verse. Where is it? I thought he might have had one here. I don't think he does. It's all right. But that's the way it would look. You would see all of it, but it would be in Hebrew. Okay? So let's go on. I want to show you Let's see. The computer also looked for coded. I'm scanning because I want you guys to see something here. Okay, here we go. So check this out, Mishpaka. Check this out, family. More surprises. As they studied this pattern, the scientists discovered that many of the coded words described future events and personalities in human history from ancient times until today. Do you hear that? There are some people who believe that the first 5 books, also known as the Torah, just might be the book of life. Again, let me say this again. There are some people who believe that the first 5 books in the Hebrew, in the Abrit, this Hebrew code, just may be the book of life. So it goes on and says, when they looked at a string of Hebrew letters in Genesis 1:1, they counted forward 49 letters from the letter T or Ta. The first letter Ta of the Hebrew word Torah, and found the second letter in the word. Skipping forward another 49 letters, they found the third letter to the word Torah. Incredibly, the Hebrew word Torah was spelled out using every 50th letter of the text. To their surprise, they found that the opening verse of Exodus, so this one was in Genesis, now they're doing Exodus, the second book of the Bible, contained the same word Torah, once again spelled out at the same 50-letter intervals, beginning with the first appearance of the letter T, that is Ta. However, when they examine the opening verses of the third book of the Bible, we know that as Leviticus, they did not find Torah encoded. However, they did discover the word Elohim. We know it ain't G-O-D. Was spelled out when they skipped forward every 8th letter from the first letter Yod. So now we know that it's talking about not Elohim, but it was actually the name Yahuwah. So every 8th letter, starting with the first letter in the name of Yah, which is Yod, the letter Y, that appeared in the book of Leviticus. Upon examining the initial verses of of Numbers, which is the next book, the 4th book, and Deuteronomy, the 5th book, the 4th and the 5th books of the Bible, the scientists again found that the word Torah was encoded in the book of Numbers. The word Torah is spelled out in reverse at an 50-letter interval. However, to their surprise, while the word Torah was also found to be spelled out in reverse in order in the book of Deuteronomy, it appeared at 49-letter intervals instead of 50, beginning with the 5th verse of the book. So think about this for a minute. I think I told you guys this the last time when I was giving you a little insight of this. Let me just do this here. So it would be like, there's Genesis, here's Exodus, here's Leviticus, here's Numbers, and here's Deuteronomy. Torah, spelt this way. Torah in Exodus, spelt this way. Okay. And of course, they read from right to left, but, because we're English and we're backwards, I'm doing it like this. And then Numbers is written in reverse. And in Deuteronomy, the word Torah is also written in reverse. So Torah is written correctly in Genesis, correctly in Exodus. They didn't find the word Torah in Leviticus, but they found it again, skipping every 50th letter like they did in Genesis and Exodus in the book of Numbers. but this time in reverse, and then skipping every 49th letter in Deuteronomy, but written in reverse. They're pointing to the middle book, the priestly book. And what did they find there? They found the name Yahuwah. And I forgot the A. I'm thinking of YHUH, so that's why I spelt it that way. But yes, they found Yahuwah's name in the book of priests. And so this is what they were saying here about in the Levitical book. So again, Leviticus, they did not find Torah encoded. However, they did discover the word of, and we know because they said the letter Yod here, we know it's not Alahim, because then it would have been an Aleph instead of a Yod. So they had the word or the name of Yahuwah was spelled out when they skipped forward every 8th letter from the first Yod that appeared in the book. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And you think that this is just by happenstance, that the Torah is just another document, another piece of just literature? No, this comes down from the hand of the Most High. It was given to Masha to write down every single letter. You cannot remove one letter, because imagine how sensitive this is. If one letter was removed, this code wouldn't work. You can't skip every 50th letter. It would mess up. The coding would be messed up. So he goes on and he says here, mathematicians calculated that the odds were more than 3 million to 1 against the word Torah being encoded by chance alone with the opening verses in the first 5 books of the scriptures. Scripture students know that the number 50 is very important or significant in scripture. For example, Elohim commanded Yasharal to free their slaves and return family lands, and that has been pledged to a lender on the 50th year of Yobali, okay, or Yobal. This is what we know, like what we get when we read the book of Jubilees. This is what it's talking about. It's talking about freeing us from our sin, freeing us from our captivity, freeing us from this flesh, freeing us from this death. We become freed. Whom the Son has set free is free indeed. In addition, the scripture reveals the law, that is the Torah itself. The Torah was presented to the Jewish people. He should actually say to the Israelites, not just to the Jewish people, not to Yahuda alone. This is because he has a Christian mindset. So you got to excuse him for that. So the Israelite people at Mount Sinai, Elohim, precisely on 50 days after their miraculous exodus from Egypt. So this is why we celebrate what in the Greek language is called Pentecost. Penta meaning count, Penta meaning 50, cost meaning count. So count 50, okay? Hold on one second. I gotta send off this text. And so we know it as Shabuot, which is the 7 sevens, or the Feast of Weeks. That was the day that the Torah was given, the law was given on Shabuot. It was also on Shabuot that we see in Acts chapter 1 and chapter 2 that the Ruach was given to the Talmudim, where no longer was the law written on stone, but now it's written on their hearts. That was the renewed agreement, as you all know, Hebrews chapter 8, verse 8 to verse 10. And the same thing in Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31. These coded words are interlaced in intricate patterns at an evenly spaced intervals in the text, reading both forward and backward. The scientists realized that these coded letters formed words and associations of such complexity and design that it is absolutely impossible that the patterns could have occurred by chance. Notice here's another one. It is fascinating to observe that the keyword Adon, or Eden, is encoded repeatedly 16 times within the relatively short part of Genesis chapter 2, verses 4 to 10 passage of only 379 Hebrew letters dealing with the Garden of Eden. The odds against 16 Edens occurring by chance in such a short passage is 1 chance in 10,000. 1 chance in 10,000. Another fascinating feature of this phenomenon was found in Genesis 2, which deals with the Garden of Eden. Scientists found 25 different Hebrew names of trees encoded within the text of this one chapter. Isn't that amazing? 25 different Hebrew names for trees encoded within this one chapter. The laws of probability indicate that the odds against this occurring are 100,000 to 1. 100,000 to 1. It's amazing. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, okay, let's see. I don't want to overdo it here. It also talks about Hitler was also encoded in the Old Testament. They found his name, Hitler. They found the word Auschwitz, speaking of the death camps of the Jewish people. And let's see where else here. The French Revolution. It talks about the French Revolution. And let's see. There was something else I wanted to show you guys. Okay, so this is the part that I wanted you guys to know. So a caution regarding this phenomenon of the Hebrew codes. There is an important caution we need to keep in mind regarding this phenomenal discovery. Remember that no one can search the Torah using these codes to foretell future events. You can't foretell future events. The reason is that it is impossible to extract the encoded information unless you already know what the future facts are. The information about the future events cannot be pulled out of the text in code in advance of the event because you wouldn't know what to tell the computer to look for. It is only after the event has occurred that you could have the program look for the name of the person or event or check to see if the codes contain the information confirming the event. In other words, this method confirms that the Torah has encoded data about events that occurred centuries after it was written. However, the method cannot be used to foretell the future. The Bible prohibits us from engaging in foretelling the future. The ability to prophesy future events is left to Elohim alone. The Bible or the scriptures clearly forbid fortune telling. The prophet Yashayahu warned against false prophets and declared that only Elohim can prophesy future events accurately. That is in Yashayahu chapter 46, verses 9 and 10. When an event has occurred and we have verified that the codes within the text of the scriptures accurately described it thousands of years ago, then Elohim will receive the esteem and not man. Although this discovery proves that some future events were encoded by Alua within the text of the Torah, we must wait until the future becomes the past before we can find it. It is also important to remember that although the phenomenon of the hidden codes is statistically powerful, it is still relatively weak. The proximity of the word pairs in the Hebrew text is defined only statistically. In addition, the phenomenon of the word pairs appears only when we examine a large number of examples that reveal as much closer proximity than would be expected by chance occurrence alone. Okay, so we can't take this and try to see, oh, well, let me see if my name is written in the Lamb's Book of Life, if this is the Lamb's Book of Life. You may find your name there. You may not find your name there. You may find your name, and then there's a matrix where it shows where you live, the day you was born, your mom, your dad's name, and it'll be all in clumped up in this one area of the verse, which is usually identifying that that is you. There's some other stuff that I'm going to show on another time where you can see where it's showing this what is called a matrix that is being coded. And this is how you know it's either speaking of this event or what has happened of this person or what has transpired in the past. And so it would be interesting for us, and you can actually purchase this code finder. It's a program that you can put on your laptop or on your desktop, and you can do this yourself using your computer, and it will translate your English letterings on your keyboard into Hebrew letters. I used to have one many years ago, but I don't have it now because, people don't use CD-ROMs anymore. So I don't know what I did with it. Okay, let's continue. Almost done with this segment here. Let me see. There was another one that I wanted to show you guys. I think it was one more. Oh, yes, here it is. This is amazing. Like, this is not by accident. Man, somebody else is texting me. Who is this? Oh, yes. Okay, so the book cover of this Cody Nazareth, again, the cover is ripped off of this one. So it's not here. It's ripped off, but this is the name of the book. The Signature of God. It's written by Grant Jeffries. Now, he has a few others. I want to show you those. So you can see this one here. That's his name, Grant R. Jeffrey. This one is called The Handwriting of God. This is one of the books that I used to read back in the day when I was in Christianity. Here's another one called The Signature of God. This is his latest one that he had. This is the first one, the one that I'm showing you that doesn't have the front cover. This is the more recent one. And I believe, I don't want to say that he is, but I think he might have passed away already, this author. Okay. And so here on this one, just to show you what it says here, new scripture codes or Hebrew codes reveal details of September, that year, the attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon. Historical documents confirm the supernatural darkness when Yahusha was impaled. Advanced scientific statements provide compelling evidence that the scripture was inspired. Incredibly modern medical statements prove that Elohim inspired the scriptures. Hundreds of accurate prophecies demonstrate that the scripture is supernatural. So those are the key topics that are included in this edition. Okay. And in this one, the handwriting of God. Let's see. This one says, astonishing new scripture codes discoveries, the ex-gen perspective of the Hebrew codes, the Messiah and his disciples named, revealed in the Old Testament. So in this one, they found the codes of all 12 of the Talmudim encoded. The awesome impact of Yahusha and the scriptures. Is Christianity credible? We know it's not. But of course, this brother doesn't know it because he's in the Great Delusion, or was if he's passed away. Can we still trust the scriptures? The mystery of the Trinity. You can see how he has a slant on the Christian understanding of the Trinity. The scientific collapse of evolution, new incredible archaeological and scientific discoveries. All right. So those are those two books there. Okay. You're very welcome. All right, let's continue. So here, what we're going to look at is the astonishing patterns of sevens in Genesis 1:1. This is just in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, what we're getting ready to read. Now, think about this. This is how, oh man, intricate, how deep, how unfathomable it is to try to understand the mind of Yahuwah. I mean, I'm really trying to think of words to really explain what I'm trying to say, but it blows my mind. So anyhow, let us begin by examining the first verse of the scriptures to explore Panin. That's this guy who found this discovery. And he did this discovery back in, I want to say it was like 1940 something. I think he was born in he did this in the 1940s, I believe. Anyways, check this out. In the beginning, Elohim created the Shama and the Arats. Bereshit, bara, Elohim, at, ha-shamayim, at, ha-arats. So that's the earth. You can hear my kindergarten speech of Hebrew there. In the beginning, again, Elohim created the Shamayim and the Arats. So here you see how it's written in modern Hebrew, block letter Hebrew. So it goes on here and says, I Ibn Panin carefully examined the Hebrew text of Genesis 1:1 and discovered an incredible phenomenon of multiples of 7 that could not be explained by chance. Genesis 1:1 was composed of 7 Hebrew words containing a total of 28 letters. Okay? Again, Genesis 1:1 was composed of 7 Hebrew letters containing a total of 28 letters. This down here, 28 letters, using only 7 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Okay, that's just the beginning. All right, it's amazing. Let's continue. So let's see here, containing 28. Okay, throughout the scriptures, the number 7 appears repeatedly as a symbol of divine perfection. The 7 days of creation, the mighty one rested on the 7th day. The 7 assemblies, the 7 seals, the 7 trumpets, etc. In total, Panin discovered 30 separate codes involving the number 7 in this first verse of the scriptures alone. He found 30 separate codes. Okay, and here's the listing of some of them. So, the number of Hebrew words, 7. The number of the letters equals 28. There was 28 of them. So 28 divided by 4 would equal 7. The first 3 Hebrew words translated in the beginning, Elohim created, contains 14 letters. So that would be here. Barashit, bara, Elohim. This is 14 letters right here. Okay. The last 4 Hebrew words, the heavens and the earth, have 14 letters. So here, ha-shamayim, u'at, ha-arats. That's 14 letters. Okay. Hold on, I think my family is here. Let me check real quick. I'll be right back, you guys. I want to show you some more of this. It's amazing stuff. Let me make sure that they're able to get in. Be right back. Yep, it was the family. Okay. Back to what we were talking about. The 7s in the first verse of Bereshit, chapter 1. Thank you guys for still sticking around. Okay, so let's see here. So let's see, we did it in the beginning. Okay, the heavens and the earth. Okay, so number 5, it says the 4th and the 5th words have 7 letters. The 6th and the 7th words have 7 letters. The 3 key words, Elohim, Shamayim, and Arats, have 14 letters. The number of letters in the 4 remaining words is also 14. The shortest word in the verse is the middle word with 7 letters. The numeric value of the first, middle, and last letters is 133. 133 divided by 19 equals 7. Let's see. The numeric value of the first and last letters of all 7 words is 1,393. So 1,393 divided by 199 equals 7. Again, these are all 7s, and this is just from the very first verse. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Amazing. Amazing. All right. They found some other ones, but I think I laid the plane down pretty well here what it's talking about. There is a pattern of 7s all throughout the book. I mean, you see him here where it talks about the list of the phenomenal features, and this is found in Matthew. Remember how I was telling you, Matthew in the Hebrew, they have found codes in the Besorah of Matthew. They didn't find it in Mark, they didn't find it in Luke, they didn't find it in John, but they did find it in the book of Matthew. 7s. All right, let's see. And also a pattern of 7s when it's talking about the Messiah's birth in Matthew chapter 1, verses 18 to 25. Let's see, what else? Well, let me turn this down because it is a little loud. I feel like I was talking over the song or the music. Okay. So, family, I wanted to share that with you because, again, it is so true that what we have as the Torah is significant. It is very, very significant. It is not by accident that your eyes and my eyes have been opened to this truth. And so this is why I was sharing with you guys again. It is so profound of a statement when we read what the Mashiach says here, when he says, do not think, this is again Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Do not think that I came to destroy the Torah or the prophets. I did not come to destroy, but to complete. Again, they found this code not only in the first 5 books, but they found it all the way to Malachi. All the way from Genesis to Malachi. That's the whole Old Testament. And now they're finding evidence that the book of Matthew in the New Testament has a code in it. So it sounds as though Matthew may be inspired. It is not by accident that Matthew, out of all 4 synoptic gospels, as they call it, is the only one that says that the Messiah was raised on Shabbat and not on the first day of the week. It's the only one. It's the only one that gives you a clean account from the time that he was arrested, from the day that he kept the Passover that night, to the day that he resurrected. It shows you all of that right there. It's amazing. So I wanted to share that with you all today. And I guess from this point, before we head over to TT, I wanted to find out if any of you have anything that you may have as comments or questions of what we talked about, just this little bit that we did today. You're very welcome, JJ. It does boggle the mind. It should settle in our heart that what we believe is true, that what we're coming to understand, like our minds opening up to the understanding of keeping the Torah, just like we read in Deuteronomy, that it would happen in the last days, in the latter times, when we seek him with all of our heart, our mind, and soul, we're going to return to him, following his path. This is something that Christianity is not doing. And this is why I share with them, as you guys have heard many a times, that they're waiting for a revival. when they should be part of this awakening, that we are awake to going back to the Torah, to cling on to the Torah. You said if this Shabbat study on YouTube was a lot longer, you'd be great with that. Majestic Minister, I do have, maybe we can start doing that. I'm going to have to send some stuff to my Akodi Natzareth so she can put this. I used to do some learning of myself here, so let me show you what I have. Again, this is so you can read modern Hebrew, okay? This isn't Paleo Hebrew. I want to learn how to do Paleo Hebrew as well. Okay, so here, you kind of get into the Masoretic vowel points. And this is when I started studying. And you can see all the dots in the letters here. Okay, and then it shows you the sound that they make. But again, this is all from the Nikud vowel points and how they make their certain sounds. I'm learning more of the ancient way of hearing and knowing the sound. So, like here, this is bait. Okay, they say bet, but it's bait, like B-A-Y-T, bait. And so then you also have, they say that this is a V. I don't know where they get that from, but that's the same letter. So this is why you see some people say Yakub and some people say Yaakov with the V. That is a modern pronunciation of Jacob. Okay, Jacob's name in the Abrit, in the Hebrew, is not pronounced Yaakov with a V like this. It is not a vait, it's a bait. Okay, so it should be Yakub with the B. And then you have the kaf and the bait. If you don't look at it, like if you look at it at a glance, it almost looks similar, but it's different. And then this is the pay. And they also use it as an F with the F sound, like a PH sound, fe. And then you also have the Paleo Hebrew here. Oops, let me bring this down. So you see here, like it has, so starting off with the first letter, you have Aleph. This is the letter A. This is how it is in Paleo, in what they call the old Abrit. And this is the Paleo Hebrew, where it's pictograph, which looks like a bull head. And then it kind of breaks down what it means, the biblical references. So yeah, I mean, we could do this little by little. I know, right, Nazareth, it does have some parts that are a little different. Exactly, Tracy. Like the K sound, like the K sound. And so this would be the letter B. So it has, I have all the letters in here. This is the Gamal, which is where we get the word camel from. Gamal, Kamal. Dalet, which is the fourth letter. And again, you have all the different ways that it's written. But yeah, I have all of them here. Let's see. This is one of the classes I was taking. This isn't my stuff, but this is what was handed out to me. And you can see here the beginning of our months as commanded by Yahweh. The last commanded feast of the year, Hebrew word for spirit. So these were a crossword puzzle. And this could be something that we can even do as a little way of doing little quizzes to see if you guys learned anything. So here it's talking about the Hebrew vowel points. So you see here where it talks about the Nikud and the Masoret vowel points. Nikud kind of gives you a little back history on that, where it comes from. And then here's certain ways so you know what you're saying. Here's the transliteration of what you're reading. from right to left. Haran, Haran. That's the syllable way, and then this would just be the way it's written out. The syllable is that little line there, so it's letting you know there's a separation. Haran. But yep, so that's that, my friends and family. So we could probably start doing that. We could take one letter and go from there. We'll start doing that, but yes. So I kind of got my little library above me here, if you guys can see. So those are my stuff above my head that I grab while I'm sitting here at the desk. Let's see, amazing to learn about all these new things. Thank you. You're very welcome, Christine. You're very welcome. All right. I just want to make sure that I have this all the way down. Okay. So I want to read, before we get out of here and go to TT, the Apocrypha. Let's see here. Where is it in Maccabees? Okay, fashioned it. Green Army Sound. Did I pass it already? I must have passed it. Let me go back. You've been reading Enoch, Jorah? Yes, well, you know, if you're learning from me there, Al, you're only going to be as good as me. If you go above me, you'll be better than me at a breed. So we'll be learning that all together, you guys. We'll be learning that all together. There is a passage here I wanted to show you guys. Where is it? The younger have seen. It's not popping out at me. Knowing that they are no gods, knowing. Nope, that's not it. Okay, here we go. How did you get that book from? Tim, you talking about this book that I'm reading right now, First Maccabees? Is that what you're asking me, Tim Duncan? Majestic Minister, I do have a copy of the Sefer. Yes, this you can order, Tim, from Amazon, the complete Apocrypha. They run like, I think it's like under $30. So here in the book of Maccabees, I wanted to read something to you guys so you guys can take this in here. Check this out. So let me bring this down. Let's see if I can bring this to where it's about right. Is that working? Nope, that's still too big. Let's bring it down a little more. Right there. Okay, perfect. All right. So let's read this. Chapter 1. This is 1 Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 1. It came to pass after that Alexander the Macedonian, the son of Philip, who came out of the land of Chittim, your translation or translations that you'll see where it talks about this word here is Kittim, Kittim, struck Darius the king of the Persians and the Medes, and it came to pass, after he had struck him, that he reigned in his stead in former time over Greece. Okay, this Alexander, you know who this Alexander is, Alexander the Great. Let's see. And fought many battles and won many strongholds and unalived the kings of the earth, and went through the ends of the earth and took spoils of multitude of nations, and the earth was quiet before him, and he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered together an exceedingly strong army, and ruled over the countries and nations and principalities, and they became tributary to him. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die. And he called his servants, which were honorable, which had been brought up with him from his youth, and he divided them his kingdom, while he was yet alive. And Alexander reigned 12 years, and he was unalived. And his servants bore rule, each one in his place, and they did all put diadems upon themselves. And after that he was dead. And so did their sons after them many years, and they multiplied evils in the earth. So now, for those of you that don't study history, just a quick history lesson, which I had sent this to our Cody Nazareth. I want to show you from the book of Daniel, where it talks about Alexander the Great real quick, and then we're going to come back to the Maccabees. Okay, so here it talks about 7, I believe it's chapter 7. Yes. Okay, so chapter 7, verse 6. This is Daniel chapter 7, verse 6. After this I looked and saw another like a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, and rule was given to it. This here is who we know as Alexander the Great. He was considered this leopard, okay? He was the one that was also called the he-goat in another translation here. Let me show you this one. Or was it the ram? Might have been the ram. Here's the other one. Speaking of the same, it's talking about the leopard, but now it's using a different animal to speak of it. But you'll see the similarities. And in the 3rd year of the reign of Belshazzar the sovereign, a vision appeared to me, Daniel, after the one that appeared to me the first time. So this is why I put here Daniel's 2nd vision. And as I was looking in the vision, and it came to be while I was looking, that I was in the citadel of Shushan, which is in the province of Alim. And I looked in the vision, and I was by the river Ulai. And I lifted my eyes and looked and saw a ram standing beside the river, and it had 2 horns, and the 2 horns were high, and one was higher than the other, and the higher one came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beast could stand before him, and there was no one to deliver from his hand, while he did as he pleased, and became great. And I was observing why I saw a male goat that came from the west over the surface of all the earth without touching the ground, and the goat had a conspicuous horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had the 2 horns, which I had seen standing beside the river, and ran at him in rage of his power. And I saw him come close to the ram, and he became embittered against him, and struck the ram and broke his 2 horns. And there was no power in the ram to withstand this goat. But he threw him down to the ground and trampled on him. He trampled this ram down to the ground, and there was no one to deliver the ram from his hand. So you can tell who this goat is. The goat is Alexander the Great. And the male goat became very great, hence Alexander the Great. But when he was strong, the large horn was broken, and in place of it, 4 conspicuous ones came up towards the 4 winds of the heavens. This 4 conspicuous ones is the same 4 that was on the back of the leopard that you see here, that it talks about how it had 4 wings on the back of a bird. So here it is. The leopard is Alexander the Great. The four wings are his four generals that were with him, and they also had four heads. And rule was given to it. Rule was given to these four wings that had these four heads. So these are the same guys that were ruling when the time came. And it says here, the ram which you saw having two horns are the sovereigns or the kings of Media and Persia, and the male goat is the sovereign of Greece, that is Alexander. And the large horn between his eyes is the first sovereign, and that was broken, four stood in its place. Are four rulerships arising out of that nation. These were his four generals, but not in its power. They didn't have the same power that Alexander had. Okay, so now what we read here, going back to Maccabees, we see here how it talks about, let me see if I can remember where, okay, Alexander reigned 12 years. Okay, so in place of that, let me bring this up. And his servants, they bore rule, each one in his place. Those were the four generals, okay? And they did all put diadems, they put crowns on themselves after that he was dead, after Alexander died. And so did their sons after them many years, and they multiplied evils in the earth. Okay, so now let me show you another one so that this will make sense to you guys a little bit more. Let me show you out of this book here. This is Alexander's empire, 323 BC, before the Common Era. Okay. Alexander, the son of Philip, Macedon, began a military quest to destroy the Persian Empire, moving from west to east, and he was victorious in the battles of Issus in 333 BC against the Persian Darius. Moving south, Alexander defeated the Phoenicians at Tyre in 332 BC, swept through Palestine, and conquered Egypt in 331 BC, re-engaging Darius III near Nineveh. Alexander defeated him again. Alexander's campaigns continued east into India, securing vast territory for the Greek Empire. He died in Babylon in 323 BC. Okay, so here you can see that this is the coastline. Here's the coastline. This would be modern day Turkey up here. This is all the coastline. Here's the island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean Sea. This comes down. This would be Lebanon right here in this area. And then this would be what we know today as Israel into this area here. This part here going out this way to the end of this picture is Egypt. This would be Saudi Arabia here. Iraq would be here. Syria would be here. Kuwait would be down here. But I want you to notice when Alexander took over Egypt, this is why this town here is called Alexandria. It's named after Alexander. Okay. He liked to do that in a lot of places that he went. He would name stuff after himself. But anyhow, so that's he had two, let me see if I have it here. I think it might be the next page. Yes. So two of the four generals that he had, one was Seleucid and the other one's Ptolemy. Ptolemy controlled the south. Seleucid controlled the north. Okay, and many times when you read the book of Daniel, you'll see the king of the north and the king of the south. This is what it was talking about. The king of the north, Seleucid, and the king of the south was Ptolemy, also known as Egypt. This is where Cleopatra, when she was, during her time, when she was dealing with Mark Antony and all that stuff, and that whole escapade that they were going on there. This was in this area, okay, of the Middle East. But you'll always notice that Jerusalem has always been the center of all of this stuff. Always has been. And so these pictures that I have here, you see all these different empires.
the Egyptian Empire for 1400 BC, Alexander's Empire is from 323 BC, the Roman Empire 120 AD, and then you have the path of the Crusaders, which is still part of the Roman Empire, and we know we're still in the Roman Empire. But all of these empires overlapped, and Jerusalem was always in the middle of this. Even to this very day, Jerusalem has always been in the middle of all the conflict that was going on with the major powers, as it is to this day. As it is to this day. That's why it's always going to be about Jerusalem, family. That is our home. That is our city. And until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled, that city is going to be trodden down by them, as it says in the word. And so I wanted to show you here, as we continue to read, what happened. Some of you probably never read this. It is great history to know. And it also lets you understand where we fit in as the Nazarene. And so it says, in those days came there out of Yasharal transgressors of the law. Notice that. Transgressors of the law. In fact, let me back up, because I need you to see who we're dealing with. And there came out of them a sinful root, Antiochus Epiphanes. He was the leader of Syria, son of Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of Greece. In those days came there out of Yasharal transgressors of the law. We know what that means. They were sinning and persuaded many, saying, let's go and make an agreement with the Gentiles. That's what the Greeks that are around us. For since we are parted from them, many evils has befallen us. And the saying was right in their eyes, and certain of the people were forward here in the land, went to the king, and he gave them license to do after the ordinances of the Gentiles. So they sold themselves, these Israelites sold themselves to become like the Gentiles. Does that sound kind of familiar to what's going on in this country? Back in the days of the civil rights movement, they want to be like the Gentiles. They want to have their rights. They want to do all the things that the Gentiles do. They don't want to be a people that is set apart. So they felt like they weren't living well. They want to live better. They want to live like the Gentiles. And so it says, and they built a place of exercise, that is a gymnasium, in Jerusalem according to the laws of the Gentiles. Did you not know that gymnasiums were places where they would be naked and they'd be working out, sweating and all that stuff? Man, it's crazy. If you do a history on gymnasium, it'd blow you away. But that's what it's talking about, a place of exercise. That is a gymnasium, exactly what we call it today. That is a Greek word. And they made themselves uncircumcised. How do they make themselves uncircumcised? Anyone want to take a gander at that? How does one make themselves uncircumcised? Exactly. From the heart. They've made themselves uncircumcised from the heart. Yep. And so it says, and forsook the set apart agreement and joined themselves to the Gentile and sold themselves to do evil. And the kingdom was well ordered in the sight of Antiochus, and he thought to reign over Egypt, that he might reign over the two kingdoms. And he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and with elephants and with horsemen and with a great navy. And he made war against Ptolemy, the king of Egypt. Remember the map that I showed you? Remember Ptolemy? He was the king of the south, and Seleucid was the king of the north. This is what it's talking about here. Okay. So he warred against Ptolemy, the king of Egypt, and Ptolemy was put to shame before him and fled, and many fell wounded to death. And they got possession in strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils of Egypt. And Antiochus, after he had struck Egypt, returned to the 143rd year and went up against Yasharal and Jerusalem with a great multitude. So now they're going after the land. They're going after the set apart city. And they entered presumptuously into the sanctuary. This is the Hakal, the temple, and took the golden altar, the candlesticks, we know that as the menorah of light, and all that pertains to it there too, and the table of showbread, and the cups to pour withal, and the bowls, and the gold incense, or the gold censers, and the veil, and the crowns, and the adorning of gold which was on the face of the temple. And he peeled it all off. And he took the silver and the gold and the precious vessels, and he took the hidden treasures which he found. And when he had taken them all, he went away into his own land, and he made a great slaughter, and spoke very presumptuously. And there came there a great mourning upon Yasharal in every place where they were. And the rulers and the elders groaned. The virgins and the young men were made feeble, and the beauty of the women was changed. Every bridegroom took up lamentations. She said, she that sat in the marriage chamber was in heaviness. And the land was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was clothed with shame. That is the house of Yasharal. And after 2 full years, the king sent a chief collector of tribute to the cities of Yehudah. And he came to Jerusalem with a great multitude, that is, with his army. And he spoke words of shalom to them in subtlety. And they gave him credence. And he fell upon the city suddenly and struck it very sore, and destroyed much people out of Yasharal. And he took the spoils of the city and set it on fire, and pulled down the houses thereof and the walls thereof on every side. And they led captive the women and the children, and the cattle they took in possession. And they built the city of David, with great and strong wall, with strong towers, and it became to them a citadel. And they put there a sinful nation, transgressors of the law, and they strengthened themselves therein. And they stored up arms and food, and gathering together the spoils of Jerusalem, they laid them up there. And they became a sore snare. Exactly, Lester. I was just reading your comment there. It's so true. It's history repeating itself. It's the same thing over and over. And it became a place to lie in wait and against the sanctuary in the temple, and an evil adversary to Yasharal continually. And they shed innocent blood on every side of the temple, and defiled the temple. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled because of them, and she became a habitation of strangers. The she there is Jerusalem. And she became strange to those who were born in her, and her children forsook her. Her sanctuary, her temple, was laid waste like a wilderness. Her feasts were turned into mourning, her Sabbath into reproach, her honor into contempt. According to her esteem, so was her dishonor multiplied, and her high estate was turned into mourning. And King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and that each should forsake his own laws. And all the nations agreed according to the word of the king, and many of Yasharal consented to his worship, and offered to the idols, and profaned the Shabbat. Wow. And the king sent letters to the hand of the messengers to Jerusalem and to the cities of Yehudah, that they should follow the laws strange to the land, and should forbid whole burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and should profane the Shabbat and the feasts, and pollute the sanctuary and those who were set apart, that they should build altars and temples and shrines for idols, and should sacrifice, notice this, and should sacrifice swine's flesh, a pig, and unclean beasts, and that they should leave their sons uncircumcised, that they should make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanity, or profanation, so that they might forget the law and change all the ordinances. And whoever will not do according to the word of the king, that is King Antiochus Epiphanes, he or she will die. According to all these words wrote he to his whole kingdom. And he appointed overseers over all the people, and he commanded the cities of Yehudah to offer city by city, And from the people were gathered together them many, every one that had forsaken the law, that they did evil things in the land. And they made Yasharal to hide themselves in every place of refuge which they had. And on the 15th day of Shalev, in the 145th year, now Shalev, I don't know exactly. Does anybody know what month that is of the Hebrew calendar? That is a Babylonian name for a month. Can someone look that up? What is Shalev as far as the Hebrew month? What month is that? What number month? Let's see if somebody found it before we move on. Yes, Kislev. Same one, yeah. What month is that? What number month? Number 9. Okay, thank you, Shishi. Number 9. So this was the 9th month. Okay, thank you, Victoria. All right. So it's the 9th month in the 145th year. They built an abomination of desolation upon the altar. And in the cities of Yehuda on every side, they built idol altars. And at the door of the house in the streets, they burned incense. And they tore in pieces the books of the law which they found and set them on fire. You see what they did to the Hebrew writings? And wherever was found with any book of the covenant or the agreement, and if any consented to the law, the king's sentence delivered him or her to death. So did they in their might to Yasharal, to those that were found month by month in the cities, and on the 520th day or the 25th day of the month, they offered upon the altar of Yahuwah, and the women that had circumcised their children they put to death according to the commandment. This is the commandment of Antiochus Epiphanes, the Syrian king. And they hanged their babies about their necks. Wow. And destroyed their houses, those who had circumcised them. And many in Yasharal were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat unclean things, and they chose to be dead, that they might not be defiled with the meats, and that they might not profane the set apart agreement, and they were unalived. And there came exceedingly great wrath upon Yasharal. Let me show you how all of this, it is very awful. I want to show you how this lines up with Daniel. And and there's a reason why I'm reading this, because I want you guys to see something here. So let's go to Daniel. Remember, we were talking about Alexander the Great in chapter 7 of Daniel, how it talked about how Alexander was this leopard with the 4 wings of a bird on its back, okay? And then that he was the he-goat that came across flying over the earth and hit the ram, okay? And the ram was Medo-Persia. There's two different kings. He took them out. And so Alexander the Great, he fell ill. He passed away. His 4 generals took over. 2 of them were very strong. The other 2 are kind of lost into history. But the 2 that were strong was Seleucid and Ptolemy, okay? Seleucid was part of the northern kingdom. And then you had Ptolemy, who was part of the southern kingdom, also known as Egypt, okay? So Ptolemy controlled Egypt, and Seleucid controlled what we know as Syria and Greece, okay? And also Asia Minor, for that matter. Now, we were just reading how Antiochus Epiphanes took out Ptolemy, the king of Egypt. So now he's ruling both the northern part of the kingdom and the southern part of the kingdom. He's running all of it, and Jerusalem is right in the middle. That was the cutoff line. And so Antiochus Epiphanes set up the abomination of desolation. So when you read this in the book of Daniel, chapter 9, it's almost as if you're saying, and this is why there are people who are called preterists, those who believe that all the prophecies have been done. This is why they believe that there is nothing else to come. Everything has been done, which they don't seem to understand, that there is something wrong with their understanding. But here you see where it talks about in Daniel chapter 9, how there was going to be an abomination that causes desolation. That's right here. Now we see, that's right here. Now we see, and it says it's reconnecting. It just went blank for a second, but I think I'm back on. Okay, so we were reading this about the anti-Messiah. And Antiochus Epiphanes is a anti-Messiah type. He's a type of anti-Messiah, okay? Reason being is because he actually fulfilled this passage here in Daniel chapter 9, verse 26 and 27. Let me see. I got another text here. Emmanuel. Okay, let me make you a moderator too, Emmanuel. I only have one right now. Emmanuel, write something down so I can see you pop up, so I can click on your icon. So you see here that Antiochus Epiphanes actually fulfilled this part about, and on the wing of abomination he lays waste. This is where in other translations it'll say, and on the wing of abomination causes desolation, even until the complete end, and that which is decreed is poured out on who lays waste. Okay, now remember, this happened before the Messiah came. This happened back in, what was it? I just had it here. I think it's 160 something BC. Okay, I see you there, Aki. Hold on one second. Okay, add as moderator, manage moderator. There you go, Aki. Okay, let me go back here so I don't mess up my years here. I'm trying to remember, when did they do this? So yeah, it was right around 170. It's like 175 BC when this happened. This is the times of the Maccabees when this happens, like 175 BC. But here's the interesting thing that I want you guys to see or notice here. Now it talks about the abomination of desolation. This was history. But we know there's a double reference here because history repeats itself again. And this is why the Messiah, he said this in Matthew. What did he say in Matthew? Let's go to Matthew 24. Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. So when you see the abomination that lays waste, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, set up in the set apart place, he who reads, let him understand. Right here, we're getting a clue that what we read in Daniel chapter 9 and also in Daniel chapter 11 has not been totally fulfilled. There is an interpretation that this is going to happen in the future. We know it's going to happen in the future. For one, the Messiah says it's going to happen in the future. So it's a double reference. And I will even go as far as to say it's a triple reference because it's happened in the past. Yes, dear.
Feed the babies?
Yes, they've ate already.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, baby. And so, Antiochus Epiphanes, he was one that slaughtered pig on the altar, destroyed the altar, destroyed the temple, made it into a temple to Zeus. We're going to read that as we continue. Then who else did it? The Romans did it. The Romans fulfilled this same passage as well. In 70 AD, they ransacked the temple. They destroyed it. And now they're getting ready to erect another one, which is going to be an abomination that causes desolation, because they're not supposed to build another temple. The only temple that's supposed to be erected is us. We are the temple. We are the body. So again, prophecy repeats itself. Okay, so let's continue. Where was I here? Okay, so they were unaliving the women, putting them to unaliving. So we just finished chapter 1. So now we're going to go to chapter 2. Let me bring this up a little bit. In those days rose Matthias, also can be pronounced Matthew, the son of Johanan, the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Yarib, from Jerusalem. And he lived in Modin, and he had 5 sons. Johanan, who was surnamed Gaddis, Simon, who was called Thias or Thasi, Judas, who was called Maccabees, and Judas is Yehuda, who was called Maccabees. These are all Greek names, by the way. That's why those are the so-called slave names, if you will. Eleazar, or Eleazar, who was called Avaran, Jonathan, who was called Ampiphus, and he saw the blasphemies that were committed in Yehuda and in Jerusalem. And he said, "Woe is me! Why was I born to see the destruction of my people and the destruction of the set-apart city, and to dwell there, and when it was given into the hand of the enemy, and the temple into the hand of the aliens or the foreigners, these pagans, these heathens? Her temple is become as a man that was glorious. Her vessels of glory are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in her streets, her young men with the sword of the enemy. What nation has not inherited her palaces and gotten possession of her spoils? Her adorning is all taken away. Instead of a free woman, she has become a bondwoman." This is talking about Jerusalem. "And behold, our set apart things, our beauty, our esteem are laid waste, and the Gentiles, that is the heathens, have profaned them. Why should we live any longer?" And Matthias and his sons tore their clothes and put on sackcloth and mourned exceedingly. And the king's officers that were enforcing the apostasy came into the city of Modin to sacrifice, and many of Yasharal came to them, and Matthias and his sons were gathered together. And the king's officers answered and spoke to Matthias, saying, "You are a ruler and an honorable and great man in this city, and strengthened with the sons and kindred. Now therefore come you first and do the commandment of the king, as all the nations have done, and the men of Yehuda and those who remain in Jerusalem. And you and your house will be in the number of the king's friends, and you and your sons will be honored with silver and gold and many gifts." Do you see what they're doing? These soldiers are trying to bait Matthias and his sons, Maccabees and his sons, to pay homage to the king and to profane and to no longer follow the law. And Matthias answered and said with a loud voice, "If all the nations that are in the house of the king's dominion listen to him, to fall away each one from the worship of his fathers, and have made choice to follow his commandments, yet I and my sons and my kindred will walk in the agreement of our fathers. Heaven forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinances. We will not listen to the king's words," that is to Antiochus Epiphanes, "to go aside from our worship on the right hand or on the left." And when he had left speaking these words, there came a Yahudi in the sight of all the offerings on the altar which was in Modin, according to the king's commandment. And Matthias saw it, and his zeal or his anger was kindled, and his rein trembled, and he showed out his wrath according to the judgment, and ran and unalived him upon the altar. Ooh, Matthias was a warrior. Matthias was a warrior. He was zealous. And so it says, and the king's officers, the king's soldiers, his military, who compelled men to sacrifice, he killed at that time and pulled down the altar. And he was zealous for the law, even as Phineas did in Zimri, the son of Salu. And Matthias cried out in the city with a loud voice, saying, whosoever is zealous for the law and maintains the agreement, let him come out after me. And he and his sons fled into the mountains and forsook all that they had in the city. Then many that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness to dwell there, they and their sons and their wives and their cattle, because evil was multiplied upon them. And it was told the king's officers and the forces that were in Jerusalem, the city of Dawood, that the certain men who had broken the king's commandment were gone down into the secret places in the wilderness, and many pursued after them. So now they became a vagabond. They was looking for them. They became enemies of the state. Let's continue. So they're going after them. Then many sought after justice and judgment, went down to the wilderness to dwell there, and they and their sons and their wives and the cattle. Okay, and the king's men, officers, command, they went out there, and many pursued them after them, and having overtaken them, they encamped against them and set the battle in array against them on the Sabbath day. Out of all the days, they do it on the Shabbat, just like today is the Shabbat. And they said to them, so far, come out and do according to the word of the king, and you will live. And they said, we will not come out, neither will we do a word of the king to profane the Shabbat day. Look at that. They standing strong. They standing firm on the covenant. They standing firm on the law. And they hurried to give them battle. And they answered them not, neither cast they a stone at them, nor stopped up the secret place, saying, let us die all in our innocence. Heaven and earth witness over us that you put us to death without trial. And they rose up against them in battle on the Sabbath, and they died, they and their wives and their children and their cattle, to the number of 1,000 souls. And Matthias and his friends knew it, and they mourned over them exceedingly. And one said to another, if we all do as our kindred have done, and fight not against the Gentiles for our lives and our ordinances, they will now quickly destroy us from off the earth. And they took counsel on that day, saying, whoever will come against us to battle on the Sabbath day, let's fight against him. And we will in no wise all die as our kindred died in the secret places. Then were gathered together to them a company of Hasidians, mighty men of Yasharal. These were like assassins, everyone that offered himself willingly to the law. And all those who fled from the evils were added to them and became a stay to them. And they mustered an army and struck sinners in their anger and lawless men in their wrath. And the rest fled to the Gentiles for safety. Look at that. They were running to the Gentiles for safety. These are Yahudim. These are their people who forsook the agreement. They forsook the contract. They wanted to be like the Gentiles so bad. So, if you ever hear of the word Hellenistic Jews, that's who it's talking about. They became Greeks. They became Greekanized. It would be no different than those of us who live here in America and how we have become Americanized. We have been Hellenized. We became like the Gentiles. Okay, let's continue. And Matthias and his friends went around and pulled down the altars. So now they're cleaning. They clean in house. And they circumcised by force the children that were uncircumcised, as many as they found in the coast of Yasharal. And they pursued after the sons of pride. The sons of pride. These are the sons of ego. And the work prospered in their hand. And they rescued the law out of the hand of the Gentiles and out of the hand of the kings. Neither suffered they the sinner to triumph. And the days of Matthias drew near that he should be unalived. And he said to his sons, now have pride and rebuke gotten strength, and a season of overthrow and wrath of indignation. And now, my children, be you zealous for the law, and give your lives over to the agreement of your fathers, and recall to remembrance the deeds of your fathers, which they did in their generations, and receive the great esteem, and an everlasting name. Was not Abraham found faithful in temptation, and was it not reckoned to him for righteousness? What about Joseph? Let me ad lib. In the time of his distress, kept the agreement of the commandment, and became the master of Egypt. And Phinehas, our father, for that he was zealous exceedingly, obtained the agreement of an everlasting priesthood. And Joshua, let us not forget, for fulfilling the word, became the judge of Yasharal. Oh, and Caleb, for bearing witness in the congregation, obtained a heritage in the land. What about King Dawood? For being merciful, inherited the throne of the kingdom forever and ever. Eliyahu, for that he was exceedingly zealous for the law, was taken up into the Shama. Hananiah, Azariah, Mishael believed and were saved out of the flame. You may know them as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That was their slave name in Babylon. Like a lot of us have slave names here in the Americas. My last name ain't Spencer. My last name is Yahuda. Your last name ain't Jefferson. Your last name ain't Stevenson. Your last name is Yahuda. But anyways, I digress. Daniel, for his innocence, was delivered from the mouth of the lions. And so consider you from generation to generation, that none that put their trust in him will lack for strength. Who did they put their trust in? Yahuwah. They put their trust in Yahuwah. And be not afraid of the words of the sinful man, for his esteem will be dung and worms. Today he will be lifted up, and tomorrow he will in no wise be found, because he is returned to his dust, and his thought is perished. And you, my children, be strong. Show yourselves men in behalf of the law, for therein will you be obtained esteem. And behold, Simon your brother, I know that he is a man of counsel. Give ear to him always. He will be a father to you. And Yahuda Maccabees, he has been strong and mighty from his youth. He will be your captain and will fight the battle of the people. And take you to you all the doers of the law. Notice that. Take with you all the doers of the law, and avenge the wrong of your people. Render the recompense to the Gentiles, that is to the heathens, that is to the non-believers, to the pagans, and take heed to the commandments of the law. And he baruched them, and was gathered to his fathers. And he was unalived in 146th year, and his sons buried him in the sepulchre of his father at Modin. And all Yasharal made great lamentations for him. That was a very mighty man right there. Matthias was a very mighty man. You know, all it takes is one person to say, I'm done. I'm done being disobedient. I'm done following Christianity. I'm done following the ways of the Gentiles. I'm done being an Americanized person. I'm done being a Hellenized person. I stand for Yasharal, and I worship Yahuwah. We are to follow the agreement that was given to our ancestors. Just like we read today in Dabarim chapter 4, that we are to diligently teach this to our children and our children's children, our grandchildren, so that it may be well with you and with your children, your generations after you. As we see here in the book of Maccabees, first Maccabees, you see how they sold themselves out to become like the Gentiles. This is exactly, and I know some of you have probably seen our brother Ronald's work, Truth Unedited, about the true mission, who they have lifted up, who they call Martin Luther King Jr. He did not come to set the people free. What he did do was set them free from Yahuwah so that they can become like the Gentiles. Look what happened after the Civil Rights Movement. This is what they call the Civil Rights Movement, but it was really a movement away from Yahuwah. They wanted to walk away. Even though they were in these so-called Christianity buildings, they walked away from the law. They walked away from the book. They wanted to become like the Gentiles. Now look at our people. Look at our people. Look at those that they call African Americans. They're your people too, those of you who have been grafted in, of whatever other ethnicity your paint job is. Those are your brothers and sisters. They are from the house of Yahudah. They have left the agreement. They have left the commandments so that they can cling on to the Gentiles. This is the same story all over again. And they use Martin Luther, one of our people, to open our eyes to say, don't you want to vote? Don't you want your vote to count? Don't you want to be more than 3/5 of a human being? Don't you want to be judged by the character of what your character is and not by the color of your skin? All these things this man was talking about. And not one time did he bring the people back to the law and the prophets. But you see what Matthias did? Matthias brought his people back under the bond of the agreement. Remember what we was reading. Oh, hallelujah. Thank you for bringing that up to me, Abba. And we're going to come back to the Maccabees. I want you to see this again. Remember, we are in the second Exodus. He has brought us into the bond of the agreement. Let's go to Ezekiel. I keep saying Exodus. I mean, we are in the second Exodus, but let's go to Ezekiel chapter 20. In my mind, I was saying Exodus chapter 20. I meant Ezekiel. Remember what he says. Verse 34. This is Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 34. And it says there, and I shall bring you out from the peoples, that is from the Gentiles, from the heathens, and gather you out of the lands where you are scattered with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with wrath poured out. Now notice what it says. Now he goes back and he's telling you what is about to happen. And I shall bring you into the wilderness of the peoples. That's our state right now. We are in the wilderness of the Gentiles. We are in the wilderness of the heathens, of the nations, and shall enter into judgment with you face to face there, as I entered into judgment with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So I shall enter into judgment with you. When? When he takes us into the wilderness of the peoples, which we are right now, since 70 AD. And I shall make you pass under the rod and shall bring you into the bond of the agreement. This is exactly what Matthias was telling his sons to do. This is what he said. Let's read that again. Let's go back. What did he say here? Verse 67, and take you to you all the doers of the law, and avenge the wrong of your people. Render the recompense to the Gentiles, and take heed to the commandments of the law. Take heed to the commandments of the law. And he baruched them, and he was gathered to the fathers. So here it is that we are to remember the agreement that was given to us, to those of you who are native born, and to those of you who have been grafted in. We are all mishpachah. We are one family. We are no longer, if you were a Gentile in the heart, if you were uncircumcised in the heart, we better have our heart circumcised now, because that's what he wants of us. The Creator wants us to have a circumcised heart, not made with hands. It is a renewing of our mind to once again cling on to the Torah, to the instructions, as it has been foretold that certain people will do so. Not those who want to stay in the blindness of their captivity because they love their captivity. They want to be in their captivity because they have intermingled with the Gentiles. Do you hear what I'm sharing with you right now? This is what we are to do. This is why he says, come out from amongst them. Be ye separate. Be separated from the heathens. Be separated from these pagans. Remember again what we read in Deuteronomy chapter 4. We are not to worship the sun, the moon, and the stars, or the host of the heavenly realm. For he has given that over to who? Who did he give that over to? Who was it for? It wasn't for the children of Yasharal. It wasn't for us. It was for the heathens. It was for the nations. It was for them, not you and me. I don't care what your paint job is. I don't care what the color of your skin is. It's what's in the heart. Remember what Shaul, the prophet, said to Yesse, the father of David. He says that Yahuwah does not look at a man as a man looks at a man of his outer appearance. Yahuwah looks at the heart. He don't care what you look like. He don't care what your stature is. He don't care how much money you make. He don't care how well-spoken you are of the Gentiles. He want to know if you're going to stay obedient to his word. He wants to know if we are going to be obedient to him. Yes, we're going to mess up. Yes, you're going to stumble, but we got to get back up. We don't give in and we don't give up. Chapter 3, 1 Maccabees. And his son, Yahudah, who was called Maccabees, rose up in his place of his dad. And all his kindred helped him, and so did all those who clave to his father. And they fought with the gladness the battle of Yasharal. And he got his people great esteem, and put on the breastplate as a giant, and girded his warlike harness about him, and set battles in array, protecting the army with his sword. And he was like a lion in his deeds, and as a lion whelps, roaring for prey. And he pursued the lawless. Notice that. He pursued the lawless, those who were Torahless, exgens, seeking them out. And he burned them up, those that troubled his people. Wow. And the lawless shrunk for fear of him, and all the workers of lawlessness were sore and troubled. And salvation prospered in his hand. And he angered many kings, and made Jacob glad with his acts. And his memorial is Baruch forever. And he went out amongst the cities of Yahudah, and destroyed the unrighteous out of the land, and turned away the wrath from Yasharal. And he was renowned to the uttermost parts of the Arats. And he gathered together such as were ready to perish. And Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together, and a great army from Samaria, to fight against Yasharal. And Yahudah perceived it, and he went out to meet him, and struck him and unalived him, and many fell wounded to death, and the rest fled. And they took their spoils, and Yehuda took the sword of Apollonius, and therewith he fought all his days. And Saron, the commander of the army of Syria, heard say that Yehuda had gathered a gathering and a congregation of faithful men with him, and of such as went out to war. And he said, I will make myself a name and get my esteem in the kingdom, and I will fight against Yehuda and those that are with him, and that set at nothing else the word of the king. And there went up with him also a mighty army of the unrighteous to help him and take vengeance on the children of Yasharal. And he came near to going up from Bethoron, and Yehuda went out to meet him with a small company. But when they saw the army coming to meet them, they said to Yehuda, What? Will we be able, being a small company, to fight against so great a strong multitude? And we are for our part are faint, having tasted no food this day. And Yehuda said, It is an easy thing for many to be shut up in the hands of a few. And with the Shama, it is all one to save but many or by few. For victory in battle stands not in the multitude of an army, but strength is from heaven. Hallelujah. He knew where his help comes from. It comes from the hills. Hallelujah. Woo, Yehuda was rough, boy. He was serious. Hallelujah. They come to us in fullness of insolence and lawlessness, to destroy us and our wives and our children, for to plunder us. But we fight for our lives and our laws. You see that? But we fight for our lives and our laws, and he himself will discomfit them before our face. But as for you, be you not afraid of them. Now when he had left off speaking, he leaped suddenly upon them, and Saron and his army were discomfited before him. And they pursued them in the going down of Bethoron to the plain, and there fell them about 800 men, but the residue fled into the land of the Philistines. And the fear of Yehuda and his kindred, and the dread of them, began to fall upon the nations around them. And his name came near even to the king, and every nation told of the battles of Yehuda. But when the king Antiochus heard of these words, he was full of indignation, and he sent and gathered together all the forces in his realm of his empire, an exceedingly strong army. And he opened his treasury and gave his forces pay for a whole year, and commanded them to be ready for every need. And he saw that the money failed from his treasures, and that the tributes of the country were small, because of the dissension and the plague which he had brought upon the land, to the end that he might take away the laws which had been from the first days. And he feared that he should not have enough, as it is the other times, for the charges of the gifts which he gave previously with a liberal hand, and he abounded above the kings that were before him. And he was exceedingly perplexed in his mind, and he determined to go into Persia, and to take the tributes of the countries, and to gather together much money. And he left Lysias, an honorable man, and one of the seed royal, to be over the affairs of the king from the river Euphrates to the border of Egypt, and to bring up his son Antiochus until he came again. And he delivered him to the half of his forces and the elephants, and gave him charge of all the things that would have done. And concerning all those that lived in Judea and in Jerusalem, that he should send an army against them, to root out and to destroy the strength of Yasharal and the remnant of Jerusalem, and to take away their memorial from the place, and that he should make strangers to dwell in all their coasts, and should divide their land to them by lot. Let's stop there, verse 36, going into 37. So Antiochus Epiphanes conjured up an army, and they're going to go take the land of Yasharal by force. They want to break it up. They want to give it to the Gentiles, and they're going to build homes on it, and they're going to get rid of the people who actually live there. Does that sound like history repeating itself? Does that not sound like history repeating itself? Certain people moved there in 1948, and they banished the peoples out of their homes. And they went there and they divided the land of Yasharal for the Gentiles. For the Gentiles. Wow. Is not history repeating itself? I'm telling you. This is happening all over again. Verse 37. Maccabees chapter 3, verse 37. And the king took half of that what remained of his forces and removed from Antioch, from his royal city, the 147th year. And he passed over the river Euphrates and went through the upper countries. And Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dorymenes, and Nicanor, and Gorgias, mighty men of the king's friends. And with them he sent 40,000 footmen and 7,000 horses to go into the land of Yehuda. And to destroy in according to the word of the king. And they removed with all their army and came and pitched near Emmaus in the plain country. And the merchants of the country heard the fame of them, and took silver and gold exceedingly much with fetters, and came into the camp to take the children of Yasharal for servants. And there were added to them the forces of Syria and of the land of the Philistines. And Yehuda and his kindred saw that evils were multiplied, and that the forces were encamping in their borders, and they took knowledge of the king's words, which he had commanded to destroy the people and to make an end of them. And they said, each man to his neighbor, let's raise up the ruin of our people, and let's fight of our people, or for our people, and for the set apart place. And the congregation was gathered together that they might be ready for battle, and that they might pray or palal and ask for mercy and compassion. And Jerusalem was without inhabitants as a wilderness. There was none of her offspring that went in or went out of the assembly, what we know as the temple. It was trodden down. And the sons of the strangers, that is the foreigners, the heathens, the pagans, were in the citadel. The Gentiles lodged there. They were in the city of Dawood. That was the citadel. The Gentiles lodged there. They dwelt there. And joy was taken away from Jacob, that is Yasharal. And the pipe and the harp ceased. And they gathered themselves together and came to Mizpah, near Jerusalem. For in Mizpah was there a place of palal previously for Yasharal. And they fasted that day, and put on sackcloth, put ashes upon their heads, and tore their clothes, and laid upon the book of the law, concerning which the Gentiles were wont to inquire, seeking the likenesses of their idols. And they brought the priest's garments, and the first fruits, and the tithes, and they stirred up the Nazarites. Whoa! And they stirred up the Nazarites, who had accomplished their days. And they cried aloud towards the Shammah, saying, what will we do with these men, and where will we carry them away? And your holy place, your set-apart place, is trodden down and profaned, and your priests are in heaviness and brought low. And behold, the heathens, the Gentiles, the pagans are assembled together against us to destroy us. You know what things they imagine against us. How will we be able to stand before them, except you be our help? Speaking of Yahuwah. And they sounded the trumpets, the shofars, and cried with a loud voice. And after this, Yehuda appointed leaders of the people, captains of thousands, captains of hundreds, and captains of fifties, and captains of tens. And he said, to those who were building houses and who were betrothing wives and were planting vineyards and were fearful that they should return, each man to his own house, according to the law. And the army removed and camped upon the south side of Emmaus. And Yehuda said, gird yourselves and be violent men, and be in readiness against the morning, that you might fight with these heathens, these Gentiles, these pagans, these non-believers that are assembled together against us to destroy us and our set-apart place. For it is better for us to be unalived in battle than to look upon the evils of our people and of this set-apart place. Nevertheless, as may be the will in Shammah, so will he do. Hallelujah. And so here we see the children of Yasharal being valiant. They're ready to make war. They're ready to fight for what they know. Now, mind you, we know we don't physically put up our cuffs. We're not out here to do no fisticuffs with any of the Gentiles, with any of the ancients, with any of the Extians, with any of the Muslims. We're not here to do that with none of them. But we will fight with our mouth what the truth is. We will speak the truth from off of our lips, what has been given to his people, Yasharal. We will speak those matters that he has given us to speak, to be his watchmen here on this Aratz, on this earth, in these last days and times. We will stand in the gap for his people, for those who want to stand on the right side of eternity, those who want to be part of the people of the house of Yahuwah, those who don't want to partake with Shaitan. We want to be part of those that will inherit the earth and the fullness thereof. For all of it is his. He created the earth. He formed the earth. Not their false deities, not their false customs, not their traditions of men, not their lawlessness, not their customs and their high days. No. All of this was created for us. It was by him who created it for his people. We are the ones who shall inherit this. What did he say? The meek shall inherit the Aratz. Matthew chapter 5. The meek. We do not use the fisticuffs. We don't use the bang bangs. We use our mouth. And how they wish to stop us up, just like they did our brother, Yohanan the Immerser, because he spoke the truth, they beheaded him. What do you think is getting ready to happen now? What do you think is going to happen to the people of Yahuwah in these last days? What are we told in the book of Hazon, in the book of Revelation? What are they going to do to us? They're going to do the same to us. Because when we get to speaking the truth, they want to silence us. And the only way they can silence us is off with the head. They don't want to hear this. They hate us so much that they want to decapitate us. Yes, we will. We shall endure to the end. Chapter 4. Oh, hold on. Let me see who this is that texted me. Cody Shelby. I'm turning in for the night. It's been a long yum. Okay, Cody Shelby. I don't know if you're here, but if you are, Yahuwah be with you. Shabbat Shalom. All right. Chapter 4. Yes, heads will roll, Stella. But their heads are going to melt when the day comes. They can take ours off and it's going to come back on. And Gorgias took 5,000 footmen and 1,000 chosen horse, and the army removed by night, that it might fall upon the army of the Yahudim and strike them suddenly. And the men of the citadel were his guides. And Yehuda heard thereof, and removed, he and the valiant men, and he might strike the king's army which was at Emmaus, while as yet the forces were dispersed from the camp. And Gorgias came into the camp of Yehuda by night and found no man, and he sought them in the mountains, for he said, These men flee from us. And as soon as it was day, Yehuda appeared in the plain with 3,000 men. However, they didn't have the armor and the swords they desired. And they saw the camp of the Gentiles, strong and fortified, and horsemen encompassing it around, and these were expert in war. And Yehuda said to the men that were with him, Fear you not their multitude, neither be you afraid of their onset. Remember how our fathers were saved in the Red Sea when Pharaoh pursued them with an army. And now let's cry to Shammah if we will have us, or if he will have us, and remember the agreement of our fathers, and destroy this army before our face this day. And all the Gentiles will know that there is one who redeems and saves Yasharal. And the strangers lifted up their eyes and saw them coming near them. And they went out of the camp to battle. And those who were with Yehuda sounded their shofars and joined battle. And the Gentiles were discomfited and fled into the plain. But all the hindmost fell by the sword, and they pursued them to Gazara, and the plains of the Eudemia, and Azotus, and Jamnia, and there fell them about 3,000 men. And Yehuda and his army returned from pursuing after them. And he said to the people, Be not greedy of the spoils, inasmuch as there is battle before us, and Gorgias and his army are near to us in the mountain. But stand you now against our enemies, and fight against them, and afterwards take the spoil with boldness. While Yehuda was yet making an end of these words, there appeared a part of them looking out from the mountain. And they saw that their army had been put into flight, and that the Yahudim was burning the camp, for the smoke that was seen declared what was done. But when they perceived these things, they were sore afraid. They were very afraid. And perceiving also the army of Yehuda in the plain ready for battle, they fled all of them into the land of the Philistines. And Yehuda returned to plunder the camp, and they got much gold and silver and blue and sea purple and great riches. And they returned home and sang a song of thanksgiving and gave praise to heaven, because his mercy is wonderful, because his mercy endures forever. And Yasharal had a great deliverance that day. But the strangers, as many as had escaped, came and told Lysias all the things that had happened. But when he had heard thereof, he was confounded and discouraged, because neither had such things as he desired been done to Yasharal, nor had such things as the king commanded him come to pass. And in the next year he gathered together 300,000 chosen footmen. So that'd be 60, that would be 60,000 chosen footmen and 5,000 horses, and he might subdue them. And they came to Yadumia, which would be Yehuda, or what they call Judah, which was another name back then that they used, and encamped Bethuria. And Yehuda met them with 10,000 men. And he saw the army was strong, and he prayed and said, Baruch are you, O Savior of Yasharal, who did quell the onset of the mighty man by the hand of your servant Dawood, and did deliver the army of the Philistines into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Shaul, and his armor bearer. Shut up this army in the hand of your people Yasharal, and let them be ashamed for their army and their horsemen. Give them faintness of heart, and cause the boldness of their strength to melt away, and let them quake at their destruction. Cast them down with the sword of those who love you. And let all that know your name praise you with thanksgiving. And let all that know your name praise you with thanksgiving. And they joined battle, and there fell of the army of Lysias about 5,000 men, and they fell down near them. But when Lysias saw that his army was put to flight, and the boldness that had come upon those who were with Yehuda, and how they were ready either to live or to be unalive nobly, he removed to Antioch and gathered together hired soldiers. Oh, so now he had to go get him some mercenaries, that he might come again into Yehuda with even a greater company. Verse 36. But Yehuda and his kindred said, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let's go up to cleanse the set apart place and to dedicate it afresh. And all the army was gathered together, and they went up to Mount Zion. And they saw the temple laid desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned up, and shrubs growing in the courts in the forest, or as on the mountains, and the priest's chambers pulled down, and they tore their clothes and made great lamentations, meaning that they were crying because of what their eyes had seen, and put ashes upon their heads, and fell on their faces to the ground, and blew the solemn trumpets, and cried towards Yahuwah in the heavens. Then Yehuda appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the citadel until he should have cleansed the set-apart place. And he chose blameless priests, such as had pleasure in the law. Notice that they had pleasure in the law. The law wasn't burdensome. Extions. If there's any of you that are in here listening, the law was pleasurable to these people. And they cleansed the set-apart place, and bore out the stones, and defiled into the unclean place of the defilement of into the unclean place. And they took counsel concerning the altar of burnt offerings, which had been profaned, what they should do with it. And there came into their mind a wonderful counsel, that they should pull it down, lest it should be reproached to them, because the Gentiles have defiled it. And they pulled down the altar, and laid up stones in the mountain of the house of the convenient palace, or place, until there should come a prophet to give an answer concerning them. And they took whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar after the fashion of the former. And they built the set-apart place, the inner parts of the house, and they hallowed the courts, or they cleansed the courts. And they made the set-apart vessels anew, and they brought the menorah and the altar of burnt offering and of the incense and the table into the temple, and they burned incense upon the altar, and they lighted the menorah that were upon the candlesticks, and they gave light into the temple, and they set loaves upon the table, which is the showbread, and spread out the veils, and finished all the works which they made. And they rose up early in the morning on the 5/20th day, or on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is the month of Kislev. So there we got it. I guess if we would have kept reading, we would have got our answer, but I'm thankful that we have you guys that were able to find that out before we read it. Hallelujah. In the 148th year, and offered the sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of the burnt offering which they had made. At what time and on what day the Gentiles had profaned it, even on that day was it dedicated afresh, with songs and harps and lutes and with cymbals. And all the people fell upon their faces and worshiped and gave praise to heaven, which had given them great success. And they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, offered burnt offerings with gladness, and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. And they decked the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold and small shields, and dedicated afresh the gates and the priest's chambers, and made doors for them. So notice how it says that they did this for 8 days. And they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days. That is Hanukkah, the rededication feast. Also called the Feast of Lights. Okay. Let's continue. Verse 59. And Yehuda and his kindred and the whole congregation of Yasharal ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month of Kislev, with gladness and joy. And at that season they built up Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers around, lest perhaps that the Gentiles should come and tread them down as they had done previously. And he set there a force to keep it, and they fortified Bethsura to keep it, that the people might have a stronghold near Idumea. Let's see here. Hold on one second, you guys. Got to get up and stand for a second or a minute or two, Aki. Yes, thank you, Aki Manuel. I appreciate you. I'm going to do that here. Thank you. I see you guys saying that. Thank you, Aki Al. All right. So I want to look this up real quick on our calendar. The 9th month on the 25th day of the 9th month, right? Now, of course, we don't keep that feast. It is a dedication, but they done turn it into a big old commerce thing. The Hanukkah, you know how they always do it. They always want to make everything about money. Okay, so let's go here. 9th month. All right, you guys. So let me show you all. So here it is, Q2.9, 25th day. This year will be on the 11th of December. 11th of December. Okay. So it had been 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29, 30, 31, and then it would go to the first day of the 10th month, which would be Arash Kadash, going into the first day, which would be the 18th of December. Now again, this is not an appointed time by Yahuwah, but it's a celebration for the rededication, also known as Hanukkah, the Feast of Lights, or the Feast of Rededication. We don't have it on our calendar because, again, it is not one that we follow. But I do observe it as a special time of the year that the Maccabean revolt, as many call it these days, of our ancestors fought against Antiochus Epiphanes and those that were with him, the Assyrian army. And so I want to thank you all for reading this with me. It was very wonderful to go back down history, but it was to show again how nothing has changed, how it's all being done again. There's many of our people who want to stay in Christianity, who want to stay in these other belief systems. They want to be Hellenized. They want to become Romanized. They want to become Gentiles. They want to become Americanized. Yes, history quite often repeats itself. You're very welcome, Akodi Natzareth. All praises to the Most High Yahuwah. And so again, even though we know that there is a bloodline of Yehuda, there is also the foreigner who comes in and is also part of Yasharal. They are one and the same. They are one and the same. It is so beautiful to know that you have others who are standing with you in this most precious amunah, this most precious faith, that we are all doing this together. Yeah, we might make a mistake here and there. Yeah, you might become weak and give in to your temptation, but you don't live in that sin. You hear me? We don't live in that sin. You get back up, dust off your knees, and you get on that straight and narrow path. You walk this Torah out. We are to live by it. We're not justified by it, but we are to live by it. Too many times, we have people that like to twist scripture and say that no one can live by the law. Well, if you don't live by the law, you definitely ain't going to be living in the here to come, because you need to live by the law to be able to live in the here to come. You are very welcome, Aki Luis. Again, all praises to the Most High Yahuwah. Heavenly Abba, we come before you as we palal, thanking you, O Yah, for your most wonderful words. We thank you, O Abba, that you have chosen us. We did not choose you. We thank you, O Abba, for opening up our eyes of understanding so that we may be able to hear your Ruach speaking to us to the deepest parts of the depths of our being, so that we may become your people and that you will become our mighty one, our Elohim, our Alua. Abba, may we not become like the Gentiles. For those of us who have forsaken our Gentile ways, may we never go back to the ways we used to be. May we stay forever Yasharal. May we stay forever your people. Forgive us of our transgressions, Abba. Forgive us for the works of our hands, the works of our mind, the works of our mouth, the things that we have done that is displeasing to you. You and you alone do we serve. We will not follow the commandments of men. We will only follow your commandments, O Abba. Help us to walk in your truth, for we know that your word is truth. Help us to stand for the truth, O Abba. For you say that anyone who puts our trust in you, we shall not be ashamed. We put our trust in you, O Yah. For we don't look up to no man. We don't bow down to no man, no idol, no image. You're the only image that we will ever bow down to. At the feet of him who sits on the throne forever and ever. He alone deserves our praise and our worship. Abba, we continue to palal for our mishpachah, those who aren't able to make it today, and those that are here, and those that are all around the Sarats, who know your name and is not ashamed of it, and who keep your commandments and know that we're to do them. May you barakah all of us with a barakah that no one can take, O Yah. May you remove all the stumbling blocks out of our way. May you continue, O Abba, to lead us and guide us by your marvelous hand through your Ruach. This is our palal. These are our petitions, O Yah. And if any of my brothers and sisters, any of my Akis and Akodis are ill at this time, Yahuwah, we ask that you would heal them of their ways. Heal them of whatever it is that they have. For you are the great physician. There is none like you. We come to you for all of our needs. In Yahusha's name. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And hallelujah. So be it. All right, Mishpaka. Cody Tracy, you say, can I read Talim 19:7-10 about the Torah? Yes, I can. All right. Let me put these up here real quick. Hold on, you all. Talim 19:7-10. So we are in Psalms chapter 19 from 7 to 10. And the word reads, the Torah of Yahuwah is perfect, bringing back the being that is the soul. The witness of Yahuwah is trustworthy, making wise the simple. The orders of Yahuwah are straight, rejoicing the heart. The command of Yahuwah is clear, enlightening the eyes. The fear of Yahuwah is clean, standing forever. The right ruling of Yahuwah are true. They are righteous altogether. More desirable than gold, than much fine gold, and sweeter than honey and the honeycomb. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. So be it. Yes, yes. And so we see, Mishpaka, let us be like our ancestors who fought for the truth, who stand up for what it means to be of the truth. No matter what the naysayers may say, be it our friends, our family, our co-workers, let us stay true to Yahuwah. Let us not cower down when it comes to this truth. Let us stand up boldly. May we shine. Let everyone see the light that permeates through us from our Abba Yahuwah. Because he's the one that gives us the light. He gives light to everyone who comes into this world. Some of us shine more than others, but nonetheless, let your light be seen. Do not hide the light. Do not hide the truth. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Psalms 121. Okay, 21. The book of Psalms, chapter 121. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from Yahuwah, the maker of the Shamayim and Arats. He does not allow your foot to be moved. He who watches over you does not slumber. See, he who is guarding Yasharal neither slumbers nor sleeps. Yahuwah is your guard. Yahuwah is your shade at your right hand. The sun does not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. Yahuwah guards you from all evil. He guards your being. Yahuwah guards your going out and your coming in, now and forever. Hallelujah, Yahuwah. Who blocked Tim Duncan? I don't know. Does he still play basketball? I'm just joking. We got a Tim Duncan in here. It is beautiful to spend this time with you all. He asked how to say mom in Hebrew, and I answered him. You meant Shaq, Ralph. Yes, Shaq would be the one who would block Tim Duncan. Trice Green, you say that you are leaving. I'm going to try slowly drift off to sleep. I have work in 16. Wow, no days off. Yes, get that rest. Get that rest, Cody. Tomorrow is the 10th day of the second month. It is the day that if we were still doing the sacrificial laws, we would be putting aside a 1-year-old male lamb or goat without any spot or wrinkle to set aside for the second Passover. That's what tomorrow is. Yes, we will be going to TikTok here in a little bit. Yes, Enrico. You're very welcome, my Cody Nilda. No, Tracy, we don't do anything on that day. Enrico, you say you're looking to try to do the second Passover. Okay, that's not hard to do. So what you do is you would take of the unleavened bread. In fact, let me take you there, Aki, so you can do that. And I will be coming on that Passover, not because I'm doing the Passover, but to help those of you who will be doing the Pesach that night. You wait till the evening when the sun goes down where you live, Enrico, on the 14th day of the second month. Okay? And in Matthew chapter 26, you will find how you are to observe this day called the Pesach. And it reads, Matthew chapter 26, verse 26. Very easy to remember. Matthew 26, verse 26. And as they were eating, Yahusha took bread. That bread there is the unleavened. Okay, the matzah. And having baruched, meaning that he lifted up over his head, asked for Yahuwah to baruch the bread, he broke and gave it to the top ones. So this is if you're with someone else, or if somebody else is doing this with you in your home, Enrico. If not, you just do it unto yourself before Yahuwah. You take a piece of that unleavened matzah and you would break it, and then you would eat it. Eat. This is my body. And as you're taking and eating it, Enrico, you examine yourself. You examine yourself as you take and eat it. Remember what it represents. It is his body. And then it says, in taking the cup and giving thanks, once again, lifting it up above his head, asking Yahuwah to baruch it, he gave it to them, or to yourself. Drink from it, all of you, for this is my blood, that of the renewed agreement, which is shed for many for the forgiveness of sins, because his blood now is the substitute. It is the origination of why the shedding of the lambs and bulls and goats was even initiated in the laws of Moses. It was until the Messiah came that he would do away with the blood sacrifices. He was the ultimate sacrifice. And so he says, and you would read this out to yourself as you're doing it, but I say to you, I shall not certainly drink of this fruit of the vine from now on till that day when I drink it anew with you in the reign of my Father, or in the kingdom of my Father. And so if you don't have any kind of allergies to wine, or if you just don't like to partake of wine that's fermented, then get yourself some what is that stuff called, Aki Manuel, that we got over at the grocery store over here, that kosher grape juice. What was that called? Do you remember the name? Or any one of you, do you know the name of that? So our Aki, Enrico, and for the rest of you who missed the first Passover, go to your grocery store and you look up this grape juice. It's very delicious, I might add. If you're not wanting to drink red wine. Okay, I hear you, Enrico. No, it's not noni juice, Camry. Yes, Geffen grape. That's the one. Thank you. That's what it's called. Geffen. Thank you, Cody Stella. You see that there? Let me see if I can pin that. Did I pin it? I don't know why I don't see it. Oh yeah, there it is. You guys see what I pinned there at the bottom? Brother Jimmy, if I have a family member that doesn't eat meat, do they have to eat the meat? No, they don't have to eat the meat. And what meat are you talking about, Yamba? If they want to be vegetarian, they can stay vegetarian. Aki Pat. I see you, Aki. Unleavened. I'm just looking for the message about the meat. Cyro, nice to see you here, Ak. Aki Pat is in the road still, Aki. Oh, is that right? You're still up there in Alaska? You're up in the land of the north? Oh, the Passover lamb. Yes, you don't have to eat any of the lamb. The lamb is not, you don't have to eat lamb according to the Passover, okay? Because again, that is done by observation and observance. So it's really up to the person if they want to eat of it. But you should do the unleavened bread and the juice. Yes, that's a great thing. Let me do that so people know what it looks like. Thank you there, Cody Stella. Let me let's see. Geffen grape juice. Okay, so this is what it looks like, you guys. So when you go there, take a screenshot of this, okay? So you know what you're getting. It can come in these little boxes like this, you know. Oh, what did I just do? Oh, I guess we can do it that way too. Let's see, hold on, let me find it here. What was the one that I was looking for? Where did it go? Let me go back. Boy, I tell you, touch screens, boy, they be getting at me. That right there. The Kadim grape juice. Okay. That would be the one. That would be the one. You're very welcome, Yamba. Drink, 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 drink. Geffen looks like that. So you have the Kedim and you also have the Geffen. Okay. All right. So there's this my nephew's daughter, cute little girl, and I had taught her a saying. I said, when you speak the truth, you need to open up that throat. She goes, what's throat? I said, it means to open up your throat, but you say it like that. So if somebody tries to say something to you, you tell them to open up that throat, meaning to speak that truth. And now she's going around just saying it constantly. You better open up that throat. Mm-hmm. So I am supposed to fast from the evening of Yom the 13th of the evening to Yom 14 to break fast with the bread, correct? No, there is no fasting that you are to do. The only fasting that we have, which is once a year that is commanded, is the Day of Atonement. All the other fasts are your voluntary. They're voluntary fasts. Okay, you fast because you want to fast for spiritual growth or to remove something that's in your life, a bondage that you may have. You remove it. Let me see if I can get her to come here and say that for you. Hey. Hey, Riley. Riley. Come here. I want you to say something to the people on mic. Come on. They've been hearing you. They want to hear you. Why are you running away now? You bashful? Come on. They want to hear you. Come on. They want to see you real quick. Don't make me bring it down to you. They want to hear you say, open up that throat. She got shy. She got bashful. I thought I was going to be able to get her to come over here and say that for you guys. She's a cute little thing. She's like 9 years old. She's running around saying, open up that throat. Oh, yes, come on in. Come on, open the door and say it. Riley, come on, girl. Where's she at, babe?
Riley.
Come here, Riley.
No. I'll give you $20.
There she is right there. Riley, say, open up that throat.
No.
Huh?
Auntie, give you $20.
I
already have a lot of money.
You do? She's scared. What you doing, Sheba? Come on. Come on out, girl. That is so funny. They're not. Are you guys leaving right now? Oh, I thought you guys were leaving to go home.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, both of y'all dogs out of here. Come on. Out. Go with mama. There you go, doggies. Okay. Yeah, she don't want the fame. She's funny, though. She's a cute little thing. Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions or comments? Shabbat Shalom, family. Isaiah 58:1. Cry aloud, spare not. Yes, Claude. Yes. In fact, I'll go there. Yashayahu 58, verse 1. And so it reads, Cry aloud and do not spare. Lift up your voice like the shofar. Declare to my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me day by day, and delight to know my ways, as a people that did righteousness, and did not forsake the right ruling of their mighty one. They ask of me rulings of righteousness. They delight in drawing near to the mighty one. I think they heard you that time. They say, why have we fasted, and you have not seen? Why have we afflicted our beings, and you took no note? Look, in the day of your fasting you find pleasure, and drive on all your laborers. Look, you fast for strife and contention, and to strike with the fist of wrongness. You do not fast as you do this day, to make your voice heard on high. Is it a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his being? So here it is, you see the word afflict his being connected with the word fast. There are people who think that the Day of Atonement you are not supposed to fast, but see right here, afflict his being is connected to fasting. And so when you read Leviticus chapter 23, and I'm going to read the rest of that chapter, by the way, because it talks about the fast that he has proclaimed and how we are to keep the Shabbat. This is Leviticus chapter 23, starting at verse 26. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, on the 10th day of the 7th new month is Yom HaKippurim, the Day of Atonement. It shall be a set-apart gathering for you, and you shall afflict your beings. See the connection there? This is the only one, Enrico, this is the one I was talking about. This is the only one that we are commanded to fast. 1 day a year, from evening to evening, and shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. And you do no work on that same day, for it is Yom Kippurim, Day of Atonement, to make atonement for you before Yahuwah, your mighty one. For any being who is not afflicted on that same day, meaning any being who is not fasting on that same day. This is a dry fast. No food, no liquid, no water, no nothing goes in your mouth. He or she shall be cut off from their people. And any being who does any work on that same day, that being I shall destroy from amongst his people. You do no work, a law forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings, in all your homes, wherever you may dwell. It is a Shabbat of rest to you, and you shall afflict your beings. You shall fast on the 9th day of the new month at evening. From evening to evening, you observe your Shabbat, your rest day, because this starts the 9th day and goes to the 10th day in the evening. It starts in the 9th day of the evening and goes to the 10th day in the evening. That's why it's evening to evening, a full 24-hour period. And so you see that it is. Is it a fast that I have chosen, a day for a man to afflict his being? Is it to bow down his head like a bulrush and to spread out the sackcloth and ashes? Do you call this a fast? An acceptable day to Yahuwah? And so then he answers and says, is this not the fast that I have chosen? To loosen the tight cords of wrongness, to undo the bands of the yoke, to exempt the oppressed, to break off every yoke. That means those things that causes you to transgress the law. Is it not to spare your bread with the hungry, or to share your bread with the hungry, and that you bring to your house the poor who are cast out? When you see the naked, you cover him, and not hide yourself from your own flesh? Then your light would break forth like the morning, and your healing spring forth speedily, and your righteousness shall go before you. The esteem of Yahuwah will be your rear guard. Any one of you who have a problem and you want a healing, physically speaking, fast and seek his face. He will answer you. He will meet you. He will heal you of any of your infirmities. Remember, it is by your stripes that we were healed. Thank you, Abba. Then when you call, notice this, then when you call, Yahuwah would answer. When you cry, he would say, here I am. If you take away the yoke from your midst, again, those things that causes you to transgress, you remove it from your midst. The pointing of the finger, that is to judge another person. You're not judging them with righteous judgment. You're judging them because you want to point the finger at them and say, you are wrong, I am right. Or you go into one of these chat rooms and you want to, just show your rear end by talking crazy to the other person because you want to get into a debate. We don't do that, family. That's not us. If you extend your being to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted being, then your light shall dawn in the darkness and your darkness be as noon. This, again, is coded language. He's talking about sharing the message. If you extend yourself to the hungry, those who are hungering and thirsting for righteousness, satisfy their afflicted being, satisfy their afflicted soul. You can't feed the soul other than with the manna that came down from heaven. You got to feed them the spiritual food, not the physical food. Then your light shall dawn in the darkness, and your darkness will be as the noon. Then Yahuwah will guide you continually and satisfy your being in drought when you need a word, when you need that lakam that comes down from the shamayim, the bread that comes down from heaven, and strengthen your bones, again, coded language, for your temple, your pillars. And you shall be like a watered garden and like a spring of water whose waters do not fail. Whose waters do not fail, again, coded language. He says, out of your belly shall flow rivers of living what? What did he say? Out of your belly shall flow rivers of living what? That's right. That's right, Shishi. Living water. He's the one that gives us that water. And we give it to others so that they who are hungering and thirsting for righteousness, you understand the code? Hungry for the word, thirsting for the word, they shall be replenished. It says, whose waters do not fail. And those from among you shall build the old waste places. Those who have crumbled, those generations that have generational curses on them, you will help them to remove those generational curses. Why? Because Yahuwah is revisiting their family. He's coming back into their generation. He's repairing the breach. That's what it's talking about here. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations. You see that? And you would be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of the streets to dwell in. Hallelujah. Okay, I see that there, Aki Allen. So Tim Duncan requests to be hooked up with Akis and Akodis in New York. We have I don't know if our Aki is here today. He's up in northern. Or Tim, are you in the NYC area? Are you in the boroughs? Or are you up like upstate New York? Where you at in New York? In fact, let's get a shout out of where everyone is. Where are we from and what is your name? City and state. City and state. Shishi from NY. Okay. Mm-hmm. Look at all these places. Wow. All over the country. Aki Bob, nice to see you here, Ak. Oh, Philip, we got one from Great Britain. Sydney, all the way down from down under. Beautiful. So beautiful. Sorry while I'm over here chewing on this. Uh-oh. There we go. My fault. Praise Yahuwah. I haven't seen Tim. Tim, what part of New York you at? Nope, not an Apple. You in Brooklyn, okay. We have a sister that is in Brook. Oh no, I don't know if Jackie C. Jackie C, are you here right now? I don't know what borough she's in. Montego Bay. That's where I would like to be right now. Montego Bay. Aki Quinton. There we go, right there. Aliyahu. Tim, you see right there, Tim Duncan? We got Aliyahu, he's in Queens. I am not on Facebook. I mean, I do have a Facebook account that is Ambassadors of Yah, but I haven't done anything with it. I really don't mess with Facebook. I just kind of set it up and never did anything with it. Rachel from Sydney, Australia. Got another one from down under. Nice to see you here, Cody, Rachel, and Susan. Oh, I love those. I love those rains that you guys get down over there in Jamaica. Those tropical rains. Jules, you're also from Jamaica. Okay. One love. One love. Let's see here. So I see that we have people from all over the world here today. Okay, thank you for that, Cody Nazareth. Thank you so much. And I'm going to want to probably, what's SMR chewing? What does that mean, Cody Stella? Satisfying, yes. All right. Okay, family. So I just got done feeding my face a little bit. Anything that you guys want to get into before we go to TT? So the calendar beats, for those of you who want to know what your calendar beat should look like today, it should look like this. The second month, 9 beads up. Thai 7 Vegas. I haven't done anything like that, but where are you from, Ty? Autonomous sensory meridian response. Boy, that sounds serious. Is a physical and psychological experience that combines pleasurable, relaxing sensations in response to specific stimuli. Woo, that was a mouthful there, Cody. Forever and yeah, you say you're still waiting. Oh, that's you, Tanya. I didn't know that was you. Okay, nice to see you here, Cody, Tanya. I should have recognized. That's why I was like wondering. You're like, okay, Vegas. Well, there's some of us here in Vegas. You know, we only get together on the high days, but we might. I got to talk to the other mishpachah here in town and see if we can get together every now and again. Break bread on a Shabbat. Well, you know, you can come up anytime, Cody Tracy. Forever and Yah, you said you're waiting for your bead still. I got to make sure. You know what? I know yours has got to be either just left out or it's getting ready to go out, because I know you've been waiting for a minute. You know, I don't like to push my Shah, because you know she's the one who does all of those, and I let her work at her own pace, because you know she puts in her 8 or 9 hours at work, and you know her legs are tired, and so she's a waitress, so she does a lot of walking back and forth. Aliyahu, yes. I know you're waiting. Yes, Cindy, we do sell them, but I won't talk about that today, Cindy. If you want to DM me or email me at ambassadorsofyah@gmail.com, I'll be more than happy to connect you on how to get one. But on Shabbat, I don't like to talk about moolah. Moolah. That's right, Taylor. No business on Shabbat. Yes. Thank you for that, Luis. Yes, please, Cindy. That would be awesome. Carmen, you said, what's the name of the unleavened bread? I'm new at this, and I want to know the next day of it, please. Next day of it, Carmen, are you talking about Passover and then the 7 days of unleavened bread called matzah? Yes, no fasting on the Shabbat. We do not fast on the Shabbat. And you are not to make love on the Shabbat, for those of you who have significant others, your spouses. I made my beat calendar. You did, Pete? Hallelujah. You say you done waiting around, huh? Okay, did you get my DM for John Truth's email address? Diane, I probably haven't even looked at it yet. Because I don't remember looking at anything about John Truth's email address. Yes, you're to stay away from your hun on Shabbat as well. Yeah, it is a day unto Yahuwah. You do not do your pleasures, and that would be your pleasure to do that on that day. Dude, that's a no. Right, and no relations with the spouse, new to the truth, and want to understand. Okay, Cindy, let me take you to the word. We are going to go to a book that has been left out of our so-called canonical or canonical, however you want to pronounce it, books. So in Jubilees, the very end of Yobalim, Jubilees. Let me read down here. Starting at verse 12. This is Jubilees chapter 50. Okay, there's 50 chapters, hence why it's Jubilees, because Jubilees is about 50, the number 50. And it says, every man who does any work thereon, or goes on a journey, or tills his farm, whether in his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire, or rides any beast, or travels by ship on the sea, or whoever strikes or unalives anything, or slaughters a beast, or a bird, and whoever catches an animal, or a bird, or a fish, and whoever fasts, and makes war on the Sabbath, that man or woman who does any of these things on the Sabbath shall be unalived, so that the children of Yasharal shall observe the Shabbats according to the commandments regarding the Sabbath of the land, as it is written in the tablets, which he gave into my hands, that is Moses, that I should write out for you the laws of the seasons, and the seasons according to the division of their days. Here is completed the account of the divisions of the days. Yes, dear. Okay, baby. Did they leave the house for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that is in Jubilee. So you see there that you're not supposed to fast. Now we're going to go back to Isaiah chapter 58, Yashayahu 58. And it says here in Yashayahu 58. Oh, you done zapped 2 mosquitoes today, huh, Jules? Okay, starting at, this is Isaiah chapter 58, verse 13. Isaiah 58, verse 13. If you do turn back your foot from the Sabbath, notice it says, if you do turn back your foot from the Sabbath, from doing your pleasure on my set apart day, and shall call the Sabbath a delight, the set apart day of Yahuwah esteemed, and shall esteem it, not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasures. That's a part about coming close to your spouse, nor speaking your own words. Then you shall delight yourself in Yahuwah, and I shall cause you to ride on the heights of the earth, and feed you with the inheritance of Jacob, your Abba, your father. For the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken. So, reading between the lines, you do not do your own pleasures. And one of those pleasures would be to come close to your significant other on that day. It's not to say that you can't kiss her or you can't kiss him, but the intercourse part, that is supposed to be done on any other day, but don't do it on the Shabbat. You're very welcome, Cindy. You sent it to me? Okay, Diane, I will check it out. I will check it out. What's the yellow beads for? Okay, Carmen, so back to the beads. Now, each one is different, okay, because they come in different assortments of colors. This particular one, all the black beads are regular days. All the yellow beads are significant days, like high days, okay? And all the green beads, not these up here, but these right here, there's 52 of them. Those are your Shabbats through the year. These three up here at the top is the separation of the season. 3 months in the spring, 3 months in the summer, 3 months in the fall, and 3 months in the winter. Hence, you have 12 months altogether. There is no 13 months like the Ish people follow, because they're following the lunar calendar, which is 10 days behind the solar calendar. And so every 3 years, they rack up 30 days because they are behind 10 days every year. So 10 plus 10 plus 10 after 3 years adds to 30 days. So they add another month. That's where they get the 13th month, which is their leap month. They leap forward 30 days. They count those 30 days, and now they're back on track with the sun. But we're not supposed to follow the moon, so you wouldn't have to do that. But if you follow the moon, you're going to dislodge all of these days, these high days, the yellow days, and you're going to dislodge all the green beads, which are the Shabbat days, because you're following the moon and not the sun. The sun is what dictates your Sabbaths. The sun is what dictates your month. The sun is what dictates your high days, your feast days. The sun dictates time. The sun dictates time. Want proof? Let me show you again out of the book of Jubilees, chapter 2. Jubilees, chapter 2, starting in verse 8. And on the 4th day, he, Yahuwah, created the sun and the moon and the stars, and set them in the firmament of the Shama, of the heaven, to give light upon all the arats on the earth, and to rule over the day and the night, and divide the light from the darkness. Notice verse 9. And Elohim, that is Alua, appointed the sun, not the moon, not the stars, but the sun, to be a great sign on the earth for days, that's your days, for Sabbaths, your weekly Sabbaths, and for months, your 30-day periods, and for feasts, those are your appointed times, Leviticus chapter 23, and for years, those are your years, as that's how it's counted, is by the sun, through the revolution of the sun, okay, 364 days, and then you have 1 day at a time. That makes up a year. And for Sabbaths of years, or 7-year periods, and for Jubilees, which are 50-year periods, and for all the seasons of the years, which is the times of the seasons, the 4 seasons of the years. That is your spring, your summer, your fall, and your winter is dictated by the sun. When the sun is really high in the sky, it's going to be summer. When the sun is low in the sky, it's going to be winter. And you have the offsets of both of that, which is the fall and the spring, all dictated by the sun. Writing everything down. Okay, Carmen, yes. If you have to, sometimes just go back over these videos. They will help you. We have a lot in our link tree about the calendar, where we do a lot of a study on the true calendar. That's right, James. Christianity is so fake. We 100% agree with you in this room. It's a scam. Yeah, JC is not, he is not the creator. Yahusha is the creator. Jules, let me just show you this. Take down my email, or you can DM me in TT in TikTok. There's my email right there in big, bold letters, ambassadorsofyah@gmail.com. Take a screenshot. Okay, so let's see. Carmen wants to know when she starts the unleavened bread. Okay, so the second month on the 14th day, which I believe falls on May 2nd this year. Let me see. Let me bring up my calendar. Oh, hold on one second. Let me bring that up. All right. Yes, so it's May 2nd. Right here, the 14th day. And let me blow it up here. You see down there, it says May 2nd. So at evening, May 2nd, you start eating your unleavened bread. And you're going to do that for the next 7 days. Okay, so this day, for the next 7 evenings, I should say. So the 14th, you eat it in the evening. The 15th, you eat it in the evening. The 16th, which is going to be a Shabbat, you eat it, okay, in the evening. And then you have the 17th, you eat it in the evening. The 18th, you see how it says day 4 unleavened bread. Day 5 unleavened bread in the evening. Day 6 unleavened bread in the evening. Day 7, you eat it in the evening. This is the last day that you eat it in the evening. Okay? Yes, Nazareth. So that is another teaching that is amazing. When you see, let me show you this. So you guys recall when I was sharing with you about how Yahusha, when he was here, how he presented himself, where we are not to eat bread until we do the wave offering of the first fruits, and then we can eat bread. If you guys remember that teaching that we did on the festival of first fruits. Well, the festival of first fruits, I'm going to show you here. That was the day. Let me show you guys. Let's go. I believe it's in Matityahu also. Let me just check and make sure. Or was it in Yohanan? We're about to find out. Let's see. Is it Yohanan or was it Acts? Oh, no, it's Acts. I think it's Acts, you guys. Let's see. Oh, no, it was in Yohanan, I think. Right? I think it was when he revealed himself to doubting Thomas. Let's see. So remember when we was doing this teaching about doubting Thomas? And He believed after he touched them, and he said, my master and my Elohim. So this was the day of first fruits. He was able to now handle the bread, the body of the Mashiach. Okay. And then it says there, let's see, indeed, and other signs he did. Let me see. Oh, yes, it is here. All right. Woohoo. Okay. Check this out. Now, this is the same day that remember, after 8 days, he revealed himself to them. This is 8 days after the high Shabbat. Let me see here. Let me go back and look at this. Yes, that was it. So it's after 8 days. All right. So after 8 days, remember, he showed himself to his disciples, right? So he was raised. Let me show you through the calendar so it makes sense what I'm talking about. Okay. So remember, our Mashiach was raised on the Sabbath in the morning. When the sun rose, he was coming up out of the grave, out of the tomb. Okay. And so then that evening, or that day rather, I should say, Mary Magdalene tried to touch him, and he says, do not handle me. He says, I have not ascended to your Father and my Father. Okay. And because he has to present himself as the first fruit offering. Well, that happened 8 days later on the Feast of First Fruits, which is right here, the 26th. Okay. This is when he showed himself to Thomas. Remember, we was going through it, and he says, don't handle me, don't touch me. He said that to Mary Magdalene because she wanted to hug him like, oh, my master, you're alive, right? And he's like, don't touch me. I have not ascended yet. And so when he showed himself, so right here he says, do not hold on to me. He said this to Mary Magdalene, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. This is John chapter 20, verse 17. John chapter 20, verse 17. All right. He says, but go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, my mighty one and your mighty one. Okay. And so Miriam goes and she pronounces it to the top ones that, look, I seen him, It says, when therefore it was evening on that day, day 1 of the week. So this is still the same day that she ran from the tomb. She didn't see him. But later on that same day, this is still a continuance of that same day, but now in the evening of that same day, first day of the week, she arrives and tells the disciples that she's seen the master. Okay, so then it goes on and says, and after 8 days, his taught ones. Oh, let me back up because I don't want to get ahead of the story. Remember when she said this to them, it says here that when she said this, all of a sudden, Yahusha appeared. He came walking through the door. He says, I also send you. He goes, having said this, he says, he breathed on them and said to them, receive the set apart spirit. If you forgive any sins of any, they are forgiven them. If you retain the sins of any, they have been retained. But Thomas, called the twin, one of the 12, was not with them when Yahusha came. So it was on this day that he gave them the Ruach. Right here, he breathed on them to receive the Ruach on first fruits, because that's when he showed up. And remember, when we read this, they did not touch him, because here it is that he came and he showed himself. And having said this, he showed them his hands and his side. The taught ones therefore rejoiced when they saw the master. They didn't touch him. And Yahusha said to them again, Shalom to you. As the Father has sent me, I also send you. And having said this, he breathed on them and said to them, receive the set apart Ruach. They received the Spirit. Okay, I'm sorry. It wasn't this day. My fault. It was the first day. I was off by a week. It was here. Okay, this is when he told him to receive the Ruach. So then it was 8 days later that now, because remember it says that Thomas wasn't with them. So then it goes on and says, and after 8 days, his taught ones were again inside, and Thomas was with them. Thomas now is with them. And Yahusha came, the doors having been shut, and he stood in the midst and said, Shalom to you. Then he said to Thomas, bring your finger here and see my hands, and bring your hand and put it into my side. So now Thomas is able to touch him. This would be 8 days later from this first day of the week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the Shabbat. And then 8. This is the Feast of First Fruits. This was the day that Thomas stuck his hand in his side. Okay, this is where the count begins. Even though they received, right here, it says, and having said this, he breathed on them and said to them, receive the set apart spirit. He breathed on them. Right there. And so if you start here, going all the way to the 8th day, which then starts the count of the Omer, it takes us to month 3, Kadash 3. And you see the Omer counts here. You see these little red things with the numbers on it. It's counting all the way. Here's 49. See if I can get that to, you can see it's 49. Okay. This is the 7th Sabbath, counting 7 Sabbath to Shavuot. And then this would be the 50th day, also known as Pentecost. So then when we go from John chapter 20, verse, when he breathed on them, 22nd, John 20, verse 22. And then it says here in Acts chapter 2, verse 1. And when the day of the festival of Shavuot had come, they were all with one mind in one place, and suddenly there came a sound from the heaven as a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting, and there appeared to them divided tongues of fire, set apart Ruach, and began to speak with other languages, as the Ruach gave them to speak. So from the time that he breathed on them until this day, the counting of the Omer, 50 days have transpired plus 8. 58 days altogether. 58 days. Does anybody know what the number 8 represents? The number 8, what does it represent? Nope, 7 is completion, Shishi. What is 8? Yes, Mavis. New beginning and infinity. Exactly, Shannon, Alexis. Those two, that began this eternal life. Remember, it is the Ruach that is the token of our redemption. Without the Ruach in you, you do not have everlasting life dwelling in you. So when he breathed on them, they received the Ruach, but the Ruach wasn't enacted into their life. It didn't trigger until the day of Shabbat, also known as Pentecost. And we know the number 50 has a very high significance as well, because remember, 50 has to do with Jubilee. It is when everything is returned to its owner. So the 8 and the 50 are almost synonymous with each other. That's why the number 8, the way it is written in the way that we do it in Roman numerals, right? Or not Roman numerals, but what will you call that? Is that an Arabic number? Is the number 8 Arabic? Like our whole counting system, is it Arabic? I think it is, right? Somebody would have to tell me. I don't know. But this is the sign of infinity. They just turn it this way and say that's the sign of infinity. It is Arabic, right? Okay, thank you, Yahuwah. So that's why the number 8 is number 8. It is infinity. And so those two together with, again, the number 50, just like we read here in Leviticus chapter 25. Let's go to Leviticus 25. For those of you who ever want to read, ever want to look into the law of Jubilees, the commandment of Jubilee, how you're to handle the commandment of Yobalim. Here it is right here. Let's read it. All right. Get this to come in. Verse 8. This is Leviticus chapter 25. Let me bring this a little bit. Verse 8. And you shall count 7 Sabbaths of years for yourself. Not 7 Sabbath of weeks, but of years. Do you see the resemblance of the same as the Shabuot? But this is years instead of weeks. 7 Sabbath of years for yourself, 7 times 7 years, and the time of the 7 Shabbats of years shall be to you 49 years. You shall then sound the shofar sound on the 10th day of the 7th new month. That is Yom HaKippurim. See it there? Yom HaKippurim. That is the Day of Atonement, the day that you afflict your soul. You are to fast that day. You cause the shofar to sound through all your land, but that happens every 50 years. And you shall set the 50th year apart. You do it on the 49th year. Remember, it says here, and the time of the 7th Sabbath of the years shall be to you 49 years. You shall then sound the shofar sound on the 10th day of the 7th new month on Yom HaKippurim, cause a shofar cause a shofar to sound throughout all your land, and you shall set the 50th year apart and proclaim release throughout all the land to all its inhabitants. It is a Yobal. What is a Yobal? Look down here at the bottom. And it says, see explanatory notes. So let's go to the back. Let's look at the explanatory notes. Explanatory notes. Okay, let's look for Yobal. Yobal, there it is right there. Yobal. The primary meaning of the word appears to be of a ram's horn. So this is this right here. This is a ram's horn. These little ones. Not the real long ones that's got a lot of spirals in it. That is that's an antelope or a gazelle horn. But the ram's horn is the small one. It's just a one roll. See Shemot chapter 19, verses 13 to 16. That is Exodus 19, 13 to 16. The term is also used in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 through 16. That's what we're reading. For the proclamation of the 50th year, Jubilee, by the sounding of the shofar on Yom HaKippurim, the Day of Atonement, or the Day of Coverings. All right. So the 50th year, you blow the shofar. It is the year of Yobal to you. Do not sow nor reap what grows of its own, nor gather from its unpruned vine. It is a Yobal. It is set apart to you. Eat from the field of the crops. In the year of this Yobal, let each one of you return to his possession. This is like a new beginning, starting all over. And when you sell whatever your neighbor or buy from the hand of your neighbor, do not exploit one another. According to the number of the years after the Yobal, you buy from your neighbor, and according to the number of the years of crops he sells to you. And according to the greater number of years, you increase its price. According to the fewer number of years, you diminish its price, because he sells to you according to the number of the years of the crop. So pretty much what it's saying is that at the beginning of the years, the price would be higher, but as you're getting closer to the time of the year of Yobal, you're to diminish the cost of what it costs, because you're about to set everything free again. It's gonna reset. And so verse 17, and do not oppress one another, but you shall fear your mighty one, for I am Yahuwah, your mighty one. And you shall do my laws, and guard my right rulings, and shall do them, and you shall dwell in the land in safety. All right, and then it goes into more of what happens as far as the what you do with the crops and all that. And then it comes down here again. And if his hand has not found enough to give back to him, then what was sold shall remain in the hand of him who bought it until the year of Yobal, and it shall be released in the Yobal, and he shall return to his possession. And when a man sells a house in a walled city, then his right of redemption shall be at the end of the year after it is sold. His right of redemption lasts a year. But if it is not redeemed within a complete year, then the house in the walled city shall be established beyond reclaim to the buyer of it throughout his generations. It is not released in the Yobal. It is not released in the 50th year. The houses of the villages, however, which have no wall around them, are reckoned as the field of the country. A right of redemption belongs to it, and they are released in the Yobal in the 50th year. As for the cities of the Lewites, that is the Levitical priesthood, and the houses of the cities of their possession, and the Lewites have a right to redemption forever. And that which is redeemed from the Lewites, both the sale of a house and the city his possession, shall be released in the year of Yobal, because of the house of the cities of the Lewites and their possessions in the midst of the children of Yasharal. But the field of the open land of their cities is not sold, for it is their everlasting possession. And it says here, and when your brother becomes poor and his hand has failed with you, meaning that he's not able to pay you back, then you shall strengthen him, and he shall live with you like a stranger or a sojourner. Take no interest from him or profit, but you shall fear your mighty one, and your brother shall live with you. Do not lend him your silver on interest. So if you give money to your brother or your sister, they're just to pay you back, but not with interest. You don't say, here's $20 and I want $25 back. That's a no-no. Okay? And it says here, and you do not lend him your food for profit. You just give it to him. I am Yahuwah, your mighty one, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of Mitzrayim, to give you the land of Canaan, to be your Elohim, to be your mighty one. And when your brother who dwells by you becomes poor and sells himself to you, you do not make him serve as a slave. Do you hear that? We do not, no matter how much money we have, and we see our brother who is in destitute or our sister, we do not enslave them. We do not enslave them. And so it says, but as a hired servant, as a settler, he is with you and serve you until the year of Yobal. So he will, whenever he comes into, your property or he works for you or whatever, he would be like an employee, but he is not your slave. He is not at your begging call. You're going to give him his wage. Okay. And then he shall leave you, he and his children with him, and shall return to his own clan, that is to his own family, even return the possession of his fathers. So he would return to his land. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Mitzrayim. They are not sold as slaves. Do not rule over him with harshness, but you shall fear your mighty one. And your male and your female slaves, now this is different, whom you have from the nations, notice that, not from Yasharal, not from believers, but from the nations. That doesn't mean when one of the nations becomes a believer and now they are grafted in. No, you have to treat them just like you treat a brother or a sister, because now they are a brother and sister. They have been grafted in. They have been adopted in. They are serving the same master as you. We have the same master. This is talking about those who are not believers. These are talking about those who they're not connected to the agreement. They are not part of the covenant because they don't want to be. They chose not to be. They would be slaves. They are around you, and them you buy male and female slaves. Okay? Those are supposed to be your slaves, not those who have been grafted in. And also from the sons of the strangers sojourning among you, from them you buy, and from their clans who are with you. And they shall bring forth in your hand, or in your land, and they shall be your property. You see that? They shall be your property. And you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them as a possession. They are your slaves for all time. But over your brothers, the children of Yasharal, you do not rule with a harshness one over another. Now, when a sojourner or a settler with you becomes rich, and your brother with him becomes poor, and sells himself to the settler or to the foreigner with you, or to a member of the sojourner's clan, or to a sojourner's family, after he has been sold, there is a right of redemption to him. One of his brothers does redeem him. So that's saying that if you have the power to free one of your brothers that is of Yasharal, who has been bought by the heathens, you have the right to buy your brother out of whatever it is that heathen has got him, for whatever money you are to pay him to get him out or her out of that enslavement. Okay? And you shall take them as an inheritance for your children. Okay, all right. And now when the sojourner and settler becomes rich, you can buy him. After he has been sold, there is a right of redemption to him. One of his brothers does redeem him, or his uncle or his uncle's son does redeem him, or anyone who is close relative to him in his family does redeem him, or he is able, then he shall redeem himself, if he can pay for himself to be able to redeem himself out of being a slave. And he shall reckon with him who bought him. The price of his release shall be according to the number of years, from the year that he was sold to him until the year of Yobal. As the days of a hired servant, it is with him. If there are yet many years according to them, he repays the price of his redemption from the silver of his purchase. And a few years are left until the year of Yobal, then he shall reckon with him. And according to the years, he repays him the price of his redemption. Because if he only has a little bit left on his so-called contract as a slave, and Yobal is next year, then he only has to pay for a yearly, whatever that price is. But if it's at the very beginning, he's got a lot more he's got to pay. Like if he didn't do any of the 50 years, he would have to pay 50 years of what this man is worth to this slave owner to free himself, or someone to buy him. All right. So anyhow, this is the law of what we know as Jubilee. And the reason why I brought that up again, because when we're talking about Shabbat, which is the 7 Sabbaths, where this is talking about the 7 years of Jubilees, it's very similar in the sense that it's talking about this refreshing of things being renewed. You are released. I start over. And that's what the number 8 represents. just like what the number 50 represents. And so the 8 days before Yahuwah or Yahusha was touched, he breathed on them the Ruach HaKodesh. And then when he showed himself to Thomas, he was able to handle the bread. From that point, 50 days later, they received the Ruach HaKodesh in full strength on the day of Shabbat, also known as Pentecost. 50 days. And so again, that is amazing that we see this connection all the way through, how he has kept the Passover to the 7 days of unleavened bread, also the first fruits, also Pentecost, Shabbat. Philippa, you want to know who wrote the book of Yobalim? It was Masha, Moses. Moses wrote it. It was given to Moses. I'll show you. Well, all of these pages want to just come off. Okay. Notice what it says here. Jubilees chapter 1. And it came to pass in the first year of the exodus of the children of Yasharal out of Mitzrayim, out of Egypt, in the 3rd month, on the 16th day of the month. The 16th day of the month. Okay, that is the day after Shabbat, that Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, come up to me on Mount Sinai, or up to the mount, and I will give you 2 tablets of stone of the law and of the commandments, which I have written, that you may teach them. And Masha went up into Mount of Elohim, of the esteem of Yahuwah, abode on Mount Sinai, and a cloud overshadowed it 6 days. And he called Masha on the 7th day out of the midst of the cloud, and the appearance of esteem. Oh, my eye is itching here, excuse me. And the appearance of the esteem of Yahuwah was like a flaming fire on top of the mount. And Masha was on the mount 40 days and 40 nights. And Yahuwah taught him the early and the latter history of the divisions of all the days of the law and of the testimony. And he said, incline your heart to every word which I speak to you on this mount, and write them in a book, in order that their generations may see how I have not forsaken them for all the evil which they have wrought in transgressing the agreement which I established between me and you for their generations this day on Mount Sinai. And thus it will come to pass, when all these things come upon them, that they will recognize that I am more righteous than they in all their judgments and in all their actions, and they will recognize that I have been truly with them. And you write for yourself all these words which I declare unto you this day, for I know their rebellion and their stiff neck, before I bring them into the land of which I swore to the fathers, to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Jacob, saying, unto your seed I will give a land flowing with milk and honey, and they will eat and be satisfied, and they will turn to strange Elohim, to Elohims which cannot deliver them from anything, or out of their tribulations. And this witness shall be heard for a witness against them, for they will forget my commandments. They will forget all my commandments, even all that I command them, and they will walk after the Gentiles. This is what we were talking about earlier in the book of Maccabees, about those who became Hellenized, always wanting to be like the other people. So, as you see, it is Moses who was told and commanded to write down what we read in the book, also known as Jubilees, Yobalim. Who's trying to get back in there, Aki Stella? Lester is trying to get back in. You're welcome, Philippa. What do you mean? Is he not able to get in here? Is something wrong? Lester Davis was put on timeout? He said we blocked him. I don't know how we blocked him. None of you guys blocked him, right? I only have 2, I think maybe 3 moderators. Did any of my moderators block him? Yeah, Lester Davis is his handle, I believe. How did he get blocked? Yes, Jacqueline. Yahuwah knows his folks. Oh, you saw when he got blocked? Are we able to unblock him? Can any of you guys unblock him? I don't even know where to look for him right now. Excuse me. Wow, we're going 4 hours and 30 minutes here, you guys. Try, but I can't find anything. Okay. Aki Jimmy Jocelyn Weidman is requesting prayer. Okay. So, Al, you didn't do it. The only other moderator I have is Aki Manuel. Aki Manuel, did you do it? If so, can you unblock our Aki Lester? And if you didn't do it, then YouTube is doing the same shenanigans that TT be doing. Okay, Aki Jocelyn, is there anything in particular that you want us to pull off for you? Hallelujah. I asked him to try and come back in. If you're able to hear us, Lester, I apologize. I wish he's not blocked. He's in timeout. Why? Did you time him out, Manuel? Boy, we putting kids in the corner, timing them out now. She said school has been stressful. Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Vivian. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull off for our Cody. I know, right, JJ? Okay. Heavenly Abba, we come before you in the mighty name of Yahusha. Abba, we are pulling for our Cody, Jocelyn. We ask, O Yahuwah, that you would lighten her burden, that you will make her path even straighter for her, so that she is not overwhelmed with the stresses of the things that are happening around her life. For Abba, you tell us not to worry about anything, for today is sufficient for today. So don't worry about tomorrow. Abba, we ask that you will give her shalom in her mind, shalom that passes all understanding. We ask, O Yah, that you would do this for her. We come in agreement with her in the name of Yahusha. These things we ask in the mighty name that is above all names, Yahusha HaMashiach. Hallelujah. so be it. That is interesting. Yeah, maybe TT, I mean not TT, YouTube did it. We didn't do it. I had to stand up for a second, get some blood running through my veins. It's a beautiful day here in southern Nevada. Got some clouds in the sky, partly clouds, got a breeze going on. Here with my mishpachah on a Shabbat. It's just lovely, lovely. I thought y'all were at TT was waiting since 12. You was waiting since 12, Shannon? Oh, no. We're here on Shabbats. Normally, we're already gone out of here into TT. That's so true. We normally do. But we ended up sticking around here a little longer. I apologize for that, Shannon. Yes, every Pagan Day Sunday, we are normally here 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 2 o'clock Mountain, 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern. What was the Hebrew word for spanking again? Laurie, I don't know the Hebrew word for spanking. What is it? Tennis Broski official, Philippians 4:8 question. Okay, Shannon, I apologize. Philippians 4:8. Let me go there. Philippians. I'll be reading out of the scriptures. Yes, this is the closing remarks of our Aki Shaul, Brother Paul. Philippians 4, verse 8. For the rest, brethren, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is righteous, whatever is clean, whatever is lovely, whatever is of a great report, if there is any uprightness, if there is any praise, think on these. Yes, think on these. Hallelujah. Thank you for that, Tennis Broski. Lester got a makkah. Makkah, is that what it means? Makkah means a spanking in Hebrew? Don't y'all go getting a makkah now. Makkahs be hurting. Makkah. That sound like it hurt. Well, I'm going to give you a makkah. I'm Spanish. It's wakala. Wakala makkah. Makkah wakala. Yahuwah giving out makkah too. Yeah, he does. He gives out spiritual makkahs for real. Yes, Wana. Whooping. That's what it is. A whooping. Thank you there, Mr. Derek. So anything anybody wants to share? What I will probably do is we'll go to TT and we will open up the mic for those of you. Somebody may want to share a testimony or share something that Yahuwah has done for you, or you want to speak of how you came into the truth. How long of study and reading do y'all start during the week? Shannon, we normally come together 2 times a week, actually 3 times, if we count a Cody Nazareth's live on the 5th day in the evening, also known as the Pagan Day Friday. When am I going to read more of the Maccabees again? I believe we'll probably pick up on it again here next Shabbat from chapter 5. I would love to share how I came to the truth. Okay, sounds wonderful, Cindy. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and you're banned on TT. What, girl, what you doing over there that they banning you? You over there messing with them extras again? Like me? That's how they be banning me. Well, they don't ban me, but they shut me down where I can't go live, but I'm still on TT. I'm not banned from TT. But they actually banned you off of TT? Oh, you were showing photos. I hope you weren't showing anything that was explicit. What up, Onyx? What you doing, Onyx? You too, JJ. Have a great rest of your night. Shabbat shalom to you. Yes, Yahuwah is wonderful. He is wonderful. You're very welcome, JJ. All praise to the Most High Yahuwah. So let's go ahead and call it here. And we are going to go to TT. Sorry, Wana, that you're not able to join us because you've been banned. Why don't you create another account and join us there? You should be able to do that. Again, I want to thank you guys for joining me here in our place of worship in this digital platform of YouTube. And this will be available as well on this YouTube channel tomorrow once it's up long. Please do so. And I want to thank you all for your time and your palal, your prayers for me and for my family as we continue to palal for each one of you and your family. And let's continue to palal for one another. Let us palal for each other, that the Ruach continues to lead us and guide us into his truth. Okay, family, Mishpaka. For those of you who are going to see me on the other side on TT, I will see you there. I'm going to have a quick restroom break, and then I'm going to be back on TT. See you soon. Yahuwah Baruch you. May he keep you, and may he continue to allow his countenance to shine upon each and every last one of you. Shalom, Mishpaka.